I'm Jeremy Wade. I've made a career out of catching the world's deadliest freshwater monsters. Normally, I'm scouring for them in the most remote corners of the planet.
Hey!
But recently, I've been getting reports of killer fish from a place I didn't expect. The United States. From man-eaters growing monstrous on human corpses,
fish as large as myself, maybe more so,
to infamous familiar foes in dark, dangerous waters.
The water around me just started filling with blood.
I'm looking for the people who've encountered these beasts.
I think that he would have drowned me. I would have ate supper with Jesus that night.
And then I'll risk my life going after them.
We could be pulled into the water and never be seen again.
Boom! Bit me once. Oh! What a stupid thing to be doing.
Could one of the most developed countries in the world have deadly monsters hidden in its rivers and lakes?
Yeah.
Having been on the trail of monsters all over the world, I've learned to expect the unexpected. From wrestling a 300-pound extraterrestrial in a city, to dragging an electric eel from a drying-out mud puddle. But this could be my most unexpected quest yet. Over the past few years, I've been receiving information from all over the States, telling me there are river monsters lurking in America's backyards. So I'm going on a hunt to discover if there really are killers in the fresh waters of the United States. My journey begins in Florida, on the trail of one of the world's most formidable predators. And the reports that I've been hearing suggest that this potentially lethal animal is prowling unsuspected right under the noses of tens of thousands of people. This fish was the inspiration for one of the most iconic movies ever produced, Jaws. In the film, a great white stalks the coast of New England. But the blockbuster is actually based on a series of bull shark attacks in New Jersey in 1916. 2 attacks didn't happen in the ocean, but in a river, 16 miles inland. Bull sharks are top predators in warm coastal seas all over the world. But they are also able to survive in freshwater, which makes them trespassers into my territory. And I'm getting reports suggesting that they are well established in the Sunshine State. I want to find out if these deadly animals really are prowling Florida's inland waters, and if so, is this a modern-day Jaws just waiting to happen? Although great whites steal the headlines, bull sharks are responsible for more human fatalities than any other shark. In recent years, there have been several horrific attacks off Florida's coasts alone. Dawn Shawman was nearly killed by a 10-foot bull shark off Melbourne Beach in 1993. I'm hoping that her first-hand account will give me a deeper insight into bull shark behavior.
And I was probably about 25 to 50 yards out past the waves, maybe in 15 feet of water. And I just felt something slam into me. I felt this burning in my hand and a burning in my leg. The whole water around me just started filling with blood.
Dawn wasn't just worried about her own life. She was 6.5 months pregnant at the time.
And I did start panicking, and I think I remember just like calling out for my mom and just being really worried, like I needed help. And then no one was there but me, so I just relied on me, and that's the point where I gathered myself together.
She struggled back to shore as fast as she could. Dawn was rushed to the hospital, where she underwent surgery to repair life-threatening wounds. Just her leg needed 85 stitches. 2.5 months later, she gave birth to a boy. He's now 18.
And he was born healthy, and we named him McIntyre Shark Shaman.
This near-death experience has given Dawn an expert understanding of what could have led to the bull shark attacking her.
You can make your odds go up by doing something like what I did, swimming during cloudy, murky water, bait fish season. If you swim in the early morning or late in the afternoon, evening, that's when the bait fish are coming through. You know, if you see a lot of fish jumping out of the water, you shouldn't be in there because something bigger is chasing them.
After hearing Dawn's attack story, I feel more prepared to start trying to catch a bull shark to prove they're prowling Florida's freshwaters. My investigation will focus around the area from where I've been getting the most reports of bull sharks inland, the Indian River Lagoon. In 25 years of fishing around the world, I've learned that local knowledge is key to catching elusive fish. So whether I'm in Papua New Guinea, Alaska, or Florida, talking with locals is a must. I've been put in contact with Mike Palmer, who's been catching sharks for over 3 decades. Tackling bull sharks is his forte. He used to catch and kill, but for the past 15 years, it's been strictly catch and release. Mike will help me hunt my first American killer. However, he shark fishes from the shore without the security of a boat. Mike's heavy-duty rod is attached to a harness, which is strapped to the body. So if the rod gets pulled into the water, the fisherman goes in too.
For fishing on the riverbank and hooking a 500-pound bull shark, there's nothing like it.
Sounds potentially dangerous. Is that a correct summary, perhaps?
We've actually hooked fish and got pulled down to our knees and dragged down to the water's edge. And by some luck, the line broke.
What could be the worst possible thing that could happen with this kind of fishing?
We could die. We could be pulled into the water and never be seen again.
I have fished for bull sharks before, in Australia and South Africa, but mostly this was from a boat, which can follow a hooked fish. Fishing from land is something altogether different. I'm going to need a stronger rig. Because I could hook something more than 3 times my weight, I'm using some serious tackle, from enormous forged hooks to the strongest line I've ever used.
And we use the best harnesses to take the load off our back. How's it fit, Jeremy?
That feels good.
When we hook up on these big sharks here, we have a spotter on the back of our harness. We use the belts. We have a little handle on the back, so when we hook up that first surge, I mean, you could easily go in the water. During the daytime, people use those little stretches of beaches in the river, and people on rafts playing this and that. And when the sun goes down, the whole life ecosystem changes. That's when the sharks move into the shallows. They feed on stingray, they feed on mullets, and it's a whole different world at night.
I want to get my bait out a couple of 100 yards into the deep channel. I can't cast that far, so the only option is to paddle out and drop it in. But floating in a plastic canoe above killing machines potentially 12 feet long is a little unnerving. Back on shore, it's a waiting game. But I think we've picked the right spot. One of the things that Dawn said to look out for is happening. Schools of baitfish are jumping out of the water, and something appears to be chasing them.
That is a fish on. I'm leaning into this.
Although my reel is nearly on full drag, the fish is still able to swim off with ease. But the heaviest line I've ever used is still just about holding out. This has to be a monster. After a 20-minute fight, I bring it close to shore. When it breaks the surface, I see something I didn't expect.
Look at that! I might just come over it. Whoops.
It's clear I've hooked a giant. But this is no shark.
Fish's beach now. Just gonna go in there and grab it.
It's a Goliath grouper.
That is just a massive grouper.
After a 20-minute struggle, it should be worn out. But it appears this beast has only just started. As it thrashes, not only do I have to be wary of the giant hook in its mouth, but also the spikes along its back.
Slip this out. Hook's out. That is a beast. The length is
83 inches. 69, 83. About 69 inches.
That's just shy of 7 feet long and over 5.5 feet around. At this kind of size, it's going to weigh over 350 pounds. But they can grow even bigger, to over 600 pounds and 8 feet long.
I could feel it as a heavy fish, and it was also taking line against a very heavy drag. But what I was expecting to see when it came in close was a big dorsal of a bull shark. And then these spikes break the surface. Although these are very tough, resilient creatures, it's probably time to put this back.
I want to get it into deeper water to release it, but even with Mike watching my back, this monster isn't going anywhere easily.
Look out! I think I'm knee deep in water. This fish, its belly is still scraping the bottom. Feeling anything like as tired as I do, I'll sink into a corner somewhere and just recover for a little while. But the priority for me is to get another bait out. There's big bull shark out there.
Although not the monster I was hunting for, that leviathan proves giants do live in these waters. Buoyed by my success, I fish on into the early hours. But I get no further bites. This heavily settled modern metropolis seems the wrong place to hunt for potentially man-eating monsters. I've come to meet Grant Gilmore, an expert in bull shark behavior, who tells me otherwise.
The females entering every spring, giving birth in the lagoon or in the downstream freshwater areas. So they're 500, 600 pounds, 8 and 12 feet, then they leave. The young stay for the first 5 or 6 years till they're 5 or 6 feet in length, a large predator by freshwater standards.
So at any time, 12-foot bull sharks could be prowling the waters just feet from these suburban backyards. Like some latter-day Minotaur, could man-eating monsters be stalking the labyrinth of Florida's canals?
How many of them might be swimming around? Are we talking dozens, hundreds, thousands, or what?
Oh, certainly thousands. I think they have to recognize we do have these very large predators that are right off your front door if you live on the water in Florida.
The Indian River Lagoon is over 150 miles long and has numerous rivers feeding into it. It's also connected to the ocean by 3 inlets, one of which is at Fort Pierce.
Right up ahead there is the main way in and the main way out between the open ocean and these thousands of miles of freshwater canals. So
This is where, at this time of year, the 10 or 12 foot long pregnant females are coming in to drop their pups inland. This is also the same place where those juveniles, those 6-7 foot long sharks, having spent 5 or 6 years inland, are swimming out. So this here, you can see it's only a couple of 100 yards across, is like a highway for sharks. You know, potentially hundreds or even thousands of sharks every year swimming up and down, and it's just, you know, just right past all these people. My plan is to meet up with Mike later on to fish through the night from land. But after hearing about these bull shark numbers, I can't resist dropping a line in the water while I'm here. Bull sharks go for both live and dead bait, so I'm using one of each. There's a balloon on the line above the live bait to keep it clear of the bottom where it's more visible to predators, and to show me where it is. There's about 6 foot of water here, but we're right on the edge of 2 channels. There's the main dredged shipping channel there, then there's another side channel here, so we're in a bit of a V between the two. So this bait swimming around, what I'm thinking is from time to time it's going to stray over the drop-off above the deeper water. It's classic sort of bull shark ambush territory. Just giving the chum a bit of a work, just getting some smelly, oily fragments into the water. This will create a scent trail hundreds of yards long to attract the sharks onto my bait. After 3 hours, I get my first bite.
Shove it on the end of the rod.
It's round the other prop. It's a tarpon, a fish famed for its fight, and it just spat my hook out. That one was about 40 pounds. But they can grow to 8 foot long and weigh nearly 300 pounds. A fish that size is capable of causing some serious damage. Just thinking about how that tarpon threw itself out of the water, just the strength and the energy that they have. There have been stories of people in boats being killed after being hit by a large tarpon as it jumps out of the water. As night falls, it's time to meet up with Mike and brace myself for another session going after bull sharks from land. Yep, that's something on. Where he stops, start, run. That's a fish on. Oh, yeah. And I can feel a kick coming. Yeah, that's a kicking away. Once again, I'm reassured to know that Mike has got my back.
The big fish pulls, so worst case scenario is I actually end up in the water.
Finally, the fin I've been waiting to see. To get a closer look, I need to tie a rope around its tail and drag it ashore. But I have to be careful. Even after the longest battle, sharks always keep something in reserve.
They go bigger than this, but this is a respectable sized fish.
This juvenile bull shark is about 6 feet long and is the right size to be leaving the freshwater and heading out into the ocean. The hook has cut the shark's mouth, but once it's released, it will heal very quickly. This shark's gums conceal its mouthful of razor-sharp, serrated teeth, which it only unsheathes moments before sinking them into its prey.
You can absolutely understand how somebody, even with an exploratory bite in a way from an animal like this, could just bleed out, lose a lot of blood, and that could be a fatal encounter. The fish could have spent the last 5 or 6 years actually in the inland waterways, in the canals, along with possibly thousands of others. And that's certainly quite sobering. If your paths crossed with a creature like this, it could end very badly. But I think the miraculous thing is that most of the time, the bull sharks go their way, we go our way, and actually nobody's any the wiser. Now I've landed one of these bull sharks, it's clear they are swimming among us, in freshwater rivers and canals, which run right through human habitation. So far, attacks have only occurred along the coast, and those attacks are probably more accident than targeted assault. They're mistaking humans for their usual prey of smaller fish and dolphins. Horror films and news reports forever remind us of the threat of a shark attack in the ocean. But what of these quiet inland waterways? Most people who use them are unaware of the killers just beneath the surface. And as more humans and sharks share these spaces, a freshwater Jaws could be just around the corner. The presence of bull sharks in Florida's canals is one instance of man-made structures offering safe haven to some of nature's deadliest killers. But dams can create monsters. Fish become trapped in a bigger, new habitat, and if left undisturbed, can grow to man-eating proportions, like the Wells catfish I caught in a dammed river in Spain. Recently, I've been getting reports of monster catfish sightings at the Bagnall Dam in south-central Missouri, which is at one end of the Lake of the Ozarks. It's a treacherous place. The lake behind the dam is statistically the third most dangerous stretch of water in the United States. It's a deep, liquid black hole where bodies regularly go missing. Could the large number of missing human bodies be linked to the reports of supersized catfish? I begin my investigation by meeting up with local historian Michael Gillespie to find out what he knows about the missing people.
No one really knows how many bodies have been lost in the lake and never recovered. But the best known incident involving that sort of thing was back in 1954. It was a boating accident involving an excursion boat called the Grand Glaze. The Grand Glaze left Bagnall Dam just in front of a large thunderstorm that was moving in. It was Memorial Day weekend. The boat went out across the lake and about 2 or 3 miles up the lake when it hit the leading edge of that storm.
Just as the boat turned into a sheltered cove, a strong gust of wind capsized it.
15 people went into the water, and of those 15, 8 were drowned. 3 of those 8 bodies were never recovered. One of the victims' fathers, actually out of his own expense, contracted to have divers search for his drowned daughter. They never did find her.
It's possible the bodies sank to the lake bed and were consumed by catfish. It's a grisly scenario I've encountered before in the Kali River, India, where catfish have grown gigantic from eating semi-cremated bodies put there during river burials. Maybe something similar is happening here.
I know there are large catfish in here, but there's a possibility there are some giant catfish in here. By giant, I mean fish as large as myself, maybe more so.
It really does seem as if there are seriously large fish in the water behind that dam. And what's interesting to me is that this is not some tropical jungle. We're talking about a body of water here that is right in the heart of the developed world. But before I cast my line into the murky depths, I want to know what sort of monsters could be investigating my bait. So I meet somebody who spends his working life in these treacherous waters. Salvage diver Tim McNitt has clocked up thousands of hours diving here. If there are monsters in this lake, he should know about it. So as well as boats and things that people have dropped, I mean, are you sometimes retrieving bodies out of the water here?
I've recovered 8 bodies in my lifetime. Sometimes they're in branches or trees underwater. Sometimes they're in vehicles underwater.
Have any of the bodies retrieved ever had anything partially feeding on them?
I have seen bodies of that nature.
Catfish are known to be scavengers. They will eat anything that fits in their mouth. And if they get big enough, then humans are on the menu. I want to know if the catfish in this lake reach that size. What's the biggest catfish you've seen?
Oh, probably at least a 6-footer, 6 to 7-footer, close to 280, 300 pounds. Head on him, about that big, bigger than me, heavier than me.
At last, a first-hand account from somebody who has seen a monster catfish in this lake. I need to start fishing as soon as possible, so I meet up with Steve Brown, who knows these dangerous waters well. The dam here is home to 3 types of catfish: the flathead, blue, and channel. I've never caught any of these before, but I'm interested in the 2 largest, which could grow to man-eating size. I've taken the unusual step of fanning out 4 rods to maximize my coverage of the water. Using this method, I get a barrage of bites. But keeping track of 4 active rods is a challenge. Despite my best efforts, I'm only landing small fry.
We just want to find a bigger one, that's all.
Over the next few days, I carry on fishing. The bites come thick and fast.
See how greedy these things are?
But there's no sign of a giant.
Still well short of the size we want.
I decide to try a trick I learnt on a previous adventure.
Got deep water here very close to the side. It's a very steep bank there, that just continues. And about 25, 30 yards out, there's actually, it's the old riverbed. And remembering back to Wells catfish in Spain, you get a bait in the old riverbed, that was always productive. So hoping that the same thing here.
This plan seems to be working. I get immediate interest in my bait.
Yeah, that's a good fish, that's a good fish. Shallow water, it's dashing, it can't go down, so it's going side to side. That was within minutes, seconds even almost, to put in the bait. Keep it away from that other line there, getting some side strain on it.
Unlike yesterday, it seems that the big fish are now on the move.
This feels exciting. This is good size. I can see, oh, see the flank. Oh, yeah. Lovely, lovely. That's a good sign. Slacken off the drag a little bit. Where's the net? Oh. Lovely, in the net.
This one weighs in at 58 pounds.
Ah! Oh, yes. Oh, gosh. People think catfish are ugly, slimy scavengers, but I mean, this fish is just a muscular predator. And there's a big mouth on here, very capacious mouth. And there's no teeth as such, but I can feel, well, it's like lots and lots and lots of very close set points. They're for gripping. If they do grip something, they don't let go. But yeah, lovely fish.
These rows of tiny teeth would be ideal for gripping onto a human corpse underwater. And like alligators, catfish can spin, which would allow them to rip flesh or even limbs off the body.
If we went over the back, yeah, close to 4 feet. 8 inches across the head, a good 6 inches
Scaling that up to the size of catfish that Tim saw, the mouth would be big enough to fit around somebody's head. There are big fish in this lake. That would be frightening to actually bump into that in low visibility. You know, you literally don't see it until you're a couple of feet away. I'm convinced there are monster-sized catfish in the Bagnall Dam, which probably supplement their diet with human corpses. But one question remains. Are they scavenging bottom feeders that take pieces of dead bodies, or killers that take human lives? In past investigations, I have put myself at risk to prove a point. Like taking a dip with piranhas to show they don't always attack humans. Or using myself as bait when I tangled with eels in New Zealand.
Look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that!
This case calls for an equally drastic measure. To prove they could be killers, I need to feel the full force of a catfish attack. I'm going to be the bait once again. There's an ancient form of fishing called noodling that predates rod and reel. When catfish are spawning, they make nest holes in rivers and lakes. You dive underwater and put your arm or sometimes your entire body into the nest. Then the catfish, defending its eggs, attacks. When it bites your hand, you grab its jaw, then haul it out of the water. To put my money where the catfish's mouth is, I'm travelling to Oklahoma, where noodling is popular. Not having my fishing gear and knowing that I will be the bait makes me uneasy. To find out what I could be up against, I meet Bobby Sparks, a noodling veteran, with a cautionary catfish tail, which does little to settle my nerves.
And we were going along, two buddies of mine, and they were quite a ways in front of me, and I stumbled over this hole. And I thought, hey man, this is a good one. I started into this hole. I got kind of about half the way down in it, and he come up and hit me real hard. So this fish was possibly breaking 100 pounds. He come up completely over my army boot, size 12, all the way up to nearly my knee.
The fish had the bottom half of Bobby's leg in its mouth and wouldn't let go.
And he clamped down. He started shaking and spinning. I didn't know where I was, up or down. I was almost to the top. Couldn't get my nose above the water. And he was pulling me down. He was gonna pull my leg completely off. That last pull, because he was pulling me down in, when my friends finally got to me and caught me and pulled me out. And I didn't know if I'd had the strength to fight back enough to get out of that hole.
If your friends hadn't been with you on that day, what do you think would or could have happened?
I think that he would have held me there and drowned me. I really feel that I would have ate supper with Jesus that night. There's so much power, there's so much strength. That's their domain. And I have a full respect for them in their home.
Clearly, I need to learn how to noodle correctly. It's too dangerous to attempt on my own. I've managed to hook up with Nate Williams and his friend Dylan, both experienced noodlers. Not only am I apprehensive about the dangers, but the pressure is on to catch a true river monster. They're halfway through a noodling contest where only the biggest catfish will do. The team with the heaviest total weight from their 3 largest fish wins the prize. After the contest, the fish are released back into the water. I've promised to keep the exact location of Nate's isolated stretch of river a secret to prevent other noodlers from picking up our trail. Here I'll get a chance to land the freshwater beast that eluded me at Bagnall Dam, the flathead catfish, one of the species that can reach man-eating proportions. Nate is confident of finding some big ones, but warns me what I might be up against. And I've done extreme fishing, normally with a rod.
Fish on!
It normally feels like you're in pretty direct contact with the fish.
Whoa! Ah!
But this is real hands-on, isn't it? And I can imagine that gets pretty intense.
Yeah, this is a very different form of fishing. It's one of the most extreme and dangerous methods of fishing that you're going to find. You know, you reel in a fish for 45 minutes on a pole, even if he's very large, same size as these fish, he's going to be tired by the time you actually get him in your hands and handle him. These fish have every bit of fight in them right now. You're going to stick your hands in there, you're going to feel the full force straight on your hands without ever wearing him down.
Right, okay.
You want to keep the grip as tight as you can because they can sense weakness, and when they feel you just loosen it, that's when they'll try to do their death roll. Got that bottom jaw, it's a big handle. If they slip past that, they'll get up here and they'll just go to spinning. And they'll kind of wear grooves in your arms. See, like that? Sometimes they'll come way up here. And they can really get you anywhere in here. And they'll come up and that's what they do. They just wear around your arm. If his mouth is closed and he's bolted himself up where he can't actually fit out, then you're just gonna be stuck. And they can hold you down there. Every year people die noodling by drowning. Sometimes their head's close to the surface and they just can't quite get there.
Right, okay. Let's go and do this thing.
The first suitable place we find to noodle is a concrete pipe, ideal for a nesting catfish. The plan is for Dylan to take the lead, because the opening is too small for me to fit into. The opening under the water is silted up, leaving only a tiny gap for entering. The plan is for Dylan to stick both his legs into the hole. When the catfish attacks, he'll pin it against the side. But to do this, he has to be totally submerged. Seeing Dylan about to offer his body as bait in part makes me understand why America is called the land of the brave.
Oh!
You got in there.
Yeah.
There's definitely a big catfish in there.
Got him? He's in between my legs.
Dylan has a catfish pinned against the opening, but he's now wedged in. Luckily, he can get his head just above the water to breathe.
Go under his legs.
What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my head under him and try and get that gill.
Okay.
Right, ready?
I have to get down there and grab what Dylan thinks is a big catfish.
Right, I've got the gill as well,
I grab it and pull it to the surface.
Wait.
It's been a real team effort, and Nate puts it on a stringer so I can then let go. It's my first flathead catfish.
Who would suspect a river like this, so shallow, you think there's nothing in here, maybe there's stuff a foot long, but there's some real monsters in here and they're hiding very, very close. But boy, it's work to get them out. It's short, but it's very intense. But you've got this protruding lower jaw and you've got these needle-like teeth forming very big pads, and that's basically what I'm trying to get hold of there. You've also got crushing pads at the back of the throat. Your hand can even go beyond those. It's a bit like a sphincter. Your hand can go right past into the gut. The other thing you've got to watch out for on these is you're trying to reach in and just get on the gill flap, but the gills are protected by those very sharp gill rakers, and if you get one of those getting near your fingers and the fish starts to thrash and try to spin, those are going to sort of create a bit of an injury as well. So it's quite a formidable mouth that can do a bit of damage.
This one weighs around 40 pounds, a big fish by anybody's standards. But Nate thinks it's too small to enter into the contest, so we let it go. We need to catch bigger ones than that if we're going to have any chance of winning the contest. We move further downriver to try and find a bigger catfish. Along the way, we keep an eye out for footprints, signs that a rival team has got here first, taking any potential prize-winning fish. We arrive at a hole where Nate has noodled some massive catfish before.
I try to get you a little mental image of it real quick here. Basically, we're gonna come up to this hole and say this is the surface of the water here. Bottom of the river is gonna be about 4 foot, maybe chest deep water or so. And the sand at the bottom of the river is where the bottom of the hole is.
Yeah.
And the clay bank is 8 away like this.
Yeah.
It's basically just kind of like that.
Yeah.
Now it's about 2 people wide. So your head, you're gonna be about here. You're gonna be about chest deep water. You're gonna have your feet in the hole at first when we first get there to keep the fish from swimming out. Me and Dylan are gonna get on each side of you. We're gonna put our feet in the hole and basically make a wall. He's gonna come up and he's gonna find you. You're not even gonna have to find him.
This is going to be more complicated than the first hole because all of us are going to have to block the opening. Otherwise, any catfish in there could escape. Time for discussing tactics is over. Before going underwater, it's essential to build a mental picture of the layout below the surface.
There it is right there. Right.
If I don't, I could panic if I come across something unexpected. After feeling around, I've worked out that there's a flat shelf that then drops down to the riverbed. In this vertical face is an opening that goes back into the bank. In here is where a catfish could be hiding. At the moment, I can't tell how far the hole goes back. I'll only find that out by sticking my arm in there.
You're just gonna fill him up. If you get in there far enough, I mean, he's gonna be right here, and you're just gonna be able to maneuver him however you want. If you get in there far enough, it'll be no problem. Know that you got people here to help you if anything goes wrong.
And basically, as soon as you hear anything go in, you're starting to pull me out anyway, aren't you? So, yeah. I put my whole arm into the hole and feel around for what seems like an eternity, but there doesn't appear to be anyone home. My lungs are starting to burn. I get the feeling I'm maybe not in there far enough, is that the idea?
Yeah, you gotta keep going there as far as you can.
Yeah, I haven't reached far enough into the hole.
Okay.
As we feel around the opening, something rams our legs.
Oh, he's in there, keep it blocked. Yeah, he just swallowed my whole foot. Yep.
Yeah. We have to make sure that the hole is totally blocked so it can't escape. I submerge again. This time I go head first into the hole, which just keeps on going and going. Visibility is 0, and as I feel around, something bites my hand. Hard. Wait. I manage to get a good hold of it and bring it to the surface. I finally noodled a massive catfish. But that fish was lying there, boom, bit me once and let go. And then I sort of fumbled around and then actually reached into its mouth. It's a creepy feeling. I'm putting my body in there. Dylan's feeding me in, pushing me in, head first into a hole under the water. There's something that's going to bite me in there. It's dark, I can't see anything. What a stupid thing to be doing. You know, just ridiculous. But I mean, as fishing goes, it doesn't get much more mad than that. As Nate promised, the catfish is still full of fight. It tries to do a characteristic roll. If we can't control it, it has the strength to break my wrist. Oh! That's doubling my... Oh! Luckily, it decides to let me go. Big flathead catfish. I mean, well named. That head is flat, that lower jaw poking up as well. But just what a beast. It looks a bit sort of torn up. It's got some battle scars. That adipose fin here should just be a normal clean lobe, and that's been split. It's got a bit of a lump on it. Tail's a bit torn. One possibility is these things move into beaver holes, and if there's a beaver already in residence, you know, the beaver probably takes exception. And so, you know, these things have a bit of a tough time. They've got to compete for real estate down there. This fish must weigh at least 50 pounds, making it a strong contender for the contest. Considering the fish that attacked Bobby Sparks was twice the weight of this one,
any doubts I had begin to dissolve.
When I first heard people talking about North American catfish as being fish that can potentially kill people, my first reaction was, this is a bit unbelievable. This is something I've got to look into. But now, having actually tried this form of fishing where what you're actually doing is trying to provoke the fish to bite you and then hang on to you while you're under the water, in the dark, with just one lungful of air, I can really, really appreciate how these fish can potentially cause human fatalities.
Time is running out. We have to load up our 3 biggest catfish and get to the weigh-in. Other teams are returning from their noodling locations all over the county. It's a tense time as everybody gets their catches weighed. Pressure mounts as I start to get recognised. My reputation for catching monsters is on the line. It's our turn to weigh our catches.
Hopefully our third fish will be at least 50 pounds.
Last on the scales is the catfish I pulled out, and it weighs 53 pounds. This gives us a combined weight of 155 pounds. But is this enough to win the contest?
Third place goes to the team of Michael Gill. The second place was the team of David Walker. First place goes to the team of Nathan Williams.
Thanks to the skill of Nate and Dylan, my noodling inexperience has passed unnoticed. And my reputation as a monster catcher remains intact. After claiming our prize, it's time to release these monsters back into the river. I came to America to see if there are killers in its fresh waters. I found deadly bull sharks prowling Florida's canals, right under the noses of thousands of people.
An exploratory bite and I could just bleed out, lose a lot of blood, and that could be a fatal encounter.
I hooked a spike-backed leviathan from inland shores. I uncovered that there are man-eating sized catfish in a Missouri dam that could be feasting on human corpses.
Head on them, about that big, bigger than me, heavier than me.
And after going noodling, I'm in no doubt that catfish of this size have the strength to drag somebody to a watery death. As I wrap up my adventure, I leave convinced. America's rivers, lakes and canals really are home to potential freshwater killers. My name is Jeremy Wade. I'm an explorer and fishing detective. I'm always on the lookout for mysterious fishy tales that don't quite add up.
Careful, careful, careful! Woo, that was a big one.
And one such story that I've just heard about from the far wild east of Russia has really snagged my interest. A fishing trip gone horribly wrong. 3 men mysteriously disappear on a remote and wild river in Russia. It has all the hallmarks of a classic river monsters investigation. Telltale clues that this was not just a simple fishing accident. I believe they encountered something in the water. Something big enough and terrible enough to cause the death of not just one man, but of all 3. October 2009, the Amur River in the far wild east of Russia. 3 men set out on a fishing trip.
Ну хоть улыбнитесь, что ли? Такие прям серьезные.
It's the kind of trip they've made many times before. Only this time is different.
Удачи вам, ребята! О, как молодцы!
This time, they never return. year later, the bodies of 2 of the men are found, or what's left of them. Long dead, apparently drowned. The 3rd body is never recovered. Over the years, there have been many rumours of disappearances, deaths and monsters connected with the Amur River. But it's impossible to get any more information. It's as if there's something in the water that they don't want the outside world to know about. So I've had nothing concrete to go on. Until now. Russia is a place I've never been to before. It's the largest country in the world, and the Amur is the world's 10th longest river. At 2,700 miles, it's nearly twice as long as the Colorado. The region is home to some of the largest land predators, tigers and bears. But what's in the river? Legend has it, the river was carved out by a huge black dragon as it dragged its body from the sea. And something still lurks in its depths, killing fishermen to this day. I want to find out what it is. What I need are facts. And after 3 days of travelling, I arrive at the town of Nikolaevsk, near the river's mouth. Once a wealthy place, it's now more like a ghost town. I'm looking for details of what exactly happened to those 3 fishermen. In this remote location, where few outsiders travel, getting information is not going to be easy. So I go fishing at a small feeder stream on the outskirts of town. People in isolated communities can be suspicious of strangers, so I'm using myself as bait. To see if the novelty of an outsider might tempt somebody to talk.
I think I just briefly hooked something.
But I don't want to strike too early and reveal that it's information I'm after, not until I've gained their trust.
This one. Okay, blue fox. Okay, thank you.
Fishing, for me, is often about thinking outside the box. My efforts are rewarded. I get an invitation to join them inside their home. But first, I want to prove that I'm capable of bringing a fish in.
Whoa.
But wherever I fish, I seem to run into competition I wasn't expecting.
Right, I've got a dog here. No. Don't want the... In the Amazon, I've had to compete with caiman for the fish on the line.
And in Alaska, a bear took my fish, but a dog is a first.
But I don't want a dog with a hook in its mouth. That would not be fun. What a lovely fish. Lovely chum salmon, beautiful coloration, pink band down the side, those dark spots on the back.
I'm told this river is stuffed with salmon.
Interesting. I think you're starting to see that sort of metamorphosis that they undergo when they come in the rivers, that sort of hook on the lower jaw, hump of the back there. A lot of the locals are keeping these for the pot. I think while nobody's looking, I might slip this one back there.
This catch is significant because no monster can exist without a food supply. This abundance of salmon would fulfill that role. I join Igor Poroshin and his friends inside to warm up. And as we talk, I'm hoping I'll get the information I have come here for. Does anyone know of the fisherman who disappeared?
Второй день. 2 дня.
Other fish?
За 2 дня. Ну, я, можно сказать, не старался.
Bay of Paruski.
After some general fishing chat, Igor tells me a key fact about the 3 men who vanished.
Well, I've managed to find out a little bit more. The fishermen actually weren't from here. They were from a town a little way further up the river.
With some borrowed transport, I head west to the town of Innokentyevka. With fewer than 5,000 people, this fishing community is one of just a handful along this stretch of the Amur. There's a tough mix of races and cultures, all brought together for one reason: fish. With such a small population, it shouldn't be too hard to find someone who knew the fishermen. The man I meet is a Neve, one of the many tribes of indigenous people who originally inhabited this region. His name is Edward, and his cousin was one of the fishermen who died that day. Treading gently, I ask about what happened.
His cousin went fishing with 2 other people a couple of years ago, and they disappeared. 2 bodies were actually found the next year, but the other person hasn't been found. Very quickly, I eliminate some of the more obvious possibilities. So this really sounds like something that doesn't have an easy explanation. One of the guys on the boat was inexperienced, it was his first time out, but the other 2 people were very experienced, knew what they were doing. The boat was designed to be on that kind of water. It's a sea-going boat, and the weather was nothing out of the ordinary, and 3 people somehow disappeared.
I ask what they were fishing for, and he's curiously evasive. They were clearly not fishing for salmon. This strange conversation leaves me with more questions than answers. I get the feeling that something's being concealed.
You show me where it happened.
He does, however, agree to show me on the map where they would have been heading.
Well, he showed me where it happened, and I think what I've got to do now is actually get out on the river.
I have a suspicion that what they were fishing for may somehow be responsible for this tragic event. There's something lurking in the river that no one wants me to know about, and I won't leave until I've caught it. My investigation needs to be thorough. Once all the obvious possibilities have been crossed off, I can take a hard look at the suspects in the water. And since I've never fished here before, I've no idea what's down there.
Well, this is pretty much where the boat went down, and just looking around, this isn't the open sea, this is the mouth of the river. It's relatively sheltered. Not only that, I'm thinking that if the people on board were even semi-competent swimmers, they would have had half a chance to reach the shore.
The knowledge of these fishing grounds would have been handed down through generations.
There was something else involved, not just the weather and the water.
So what they were fishing for has to be somehow responsible.
Some fishermen have just stopped by and they've got something in a net that they want me to see.
They've asked not to have their faces shown. Further evidence that something suspicious is going on here. Perhaps they were poaching, but what for?
This is a seal that's got drowned in the net.
I wasn't expecting this. I had it in my mind that I was about to see a fish. But could a seal be the monster of the Amur River? Bearded seals average 600 pounds. Tangled and thrashing in a net, they are easily big enough to drag a careless fisherman to his death.
So there's lots of them around, apparently, but mainly out in the mouth of the river.
I ask if seals cause fishing accidents. They reply that they've never heard of that happening.
The thing about nets is they are quite sort of indiscriminate. I mean, they're obviously fishing for a large animal the size of those meshes.
Far too big for salmon. So if they weren't trying to catch seals or salmon, then what were they fishing for? Again, I can't seem to get an answer. On the surface, people are helpful, but on another level, no one is talking. This place has a veil of secrecy that I need to penetrate. Fish markets usually provide me with information. With none around, I head instead to the fish processing plant. This place is where all the salmon from the surrounding area are shipped in, but this year, something worrying is happening.
We're actually getting some salmon unloaded off this truck here. There've actually been so few salmon in the river this year that the only fish coming to this plant are actually trucked in from the mouth of the river.
This is the main employer in the area, so it offers the best bet for finding some information about the monster. But instead of finding answers, my suspicions only deepen. People are friendly enough, but again, no one seems to want to give anything away. Just what is going on? So once again, I use myself as bait to try and gain their trust. There are fish off the factory's dock, but I'm not seeing any monsters.
It's not quite. It's a bit roach-like, about 4 or 5 ounces. And that was caught on a hook with a little bit of silver paper attached.
Finally, the plant's manager tells me of a fish that lives just off the dock. A fish big enough to destroy fishermen's tackle, so it's never been caught. I take up the challenge. If this story is right, I'm not taking any chances. I'm using my monster rod, a wire trace, and line with a breaking strain of 200 pounds. This place would certainly appeal to a monster, an easy, vast and ready supply of fish scraps to feast upon. But with all this free food, will it find my offering appealing? It's another surprise.
I'll try and swing this in. Basically, putting a lump of dead fish out by the waste chute at the fish factory. And I'll just see if I can just swing this in. That's a catfish. That looks incredibly like a Wells catfish, but Wells catfish don't exist out here. But that looks like a very close relative anyway. Wells catfish grow very big, 200 pounds or so. If these things grow to that kind of size, that could be the culprit. That could be the fish we're looking at.
I've caught giant Wells catfish from the River Ebro in Spain. Fish so big, they nearly pulled me into the river.
So this is a predator, and the reason it's hanging out here, I guess, is because of all the food, all the dead fish. And with the annual run of salmon every year, I don't know, it's possible that this species could grow to an interesting size.
It turns out that there are 2 species of catfish living in the Amur, and one is potentially a true river monster. Called the Soldatov catfish after a famous Russian fish biologist, it's said to grow to a similar size as those infamous Wells catfish from Europe that I've investigated before. But very little is actually known about it. Could a giant catfish, fattened on the fish waste from this plant, be the monster of the Amur?
But it's nice to catch a fish, and a predatory fish out of this river.
I've little doubt that what lives here and smashes the fisherman's tackle is a giant overfed one of these. But is it responsible for the disappearance of 3 fishermen? To get more information, one of the lads tells me about a man called Misha. He's a hunter and fisherman, and I'm curious to know what he thinks about the possibility of a supersized catfish.
Ну, случай неординарный. В общем-то, это обыкновенная рыбалка на реке Амур. Довольно-таки крупных размеров.
This is a story that Misha heard about on the river here. There were 2 fishermen, went out netting one day, nothing out of the ordinary about that. But what happened is that they got a very big fish in their net, and he says this was about 700 kilos, about 1,500 pounds, very large fish. And they were trying to pull the net in with the fish in it, so they were over one side of the boat. This fish was so big that it actually flipped the boat and they fell into the cold water. This was in late autumn, and the water was so cold that they actually died. It's the conclusive evidence I needed that there is a fish big enough here to drown fishermen. This fish they had in the net, what kind of fish was it? But what he starts to describe to me is no catfish. It's something even more monstrous.
Хвост у нее также вот как у акулы примерно.
And he says it's a very big fish. This one about 1,500 pounds. Very powerful fish, and it's got a big mouth.
1,500 pounds is a colossal size.
Can you give me some more details of this fish? Can you describe it to me?
То есть хвост у нее также вот как у акулы примерно. Но у нее немножко, значит, что шкура у нее тоже такая шершавая.
But the fish he's describing is not a catfish. It's something else entirely.
По спине, по самому.
What he's saying is that in body shape, it's very reminiscent of a shark, even though we're talking about a fish here that lives up rivers. And he says especially the tail, that is quite shark-like. But it's got, running down its back and down its sides, it's got rows of spikes, and he says they're very sharp and you can hurt yourself if you come into contact with those. And it's got a big mouth. This is a predatory fish that normally feeds on other fish, on smaller fish. And it's also got these feelers hanging from its snout. And I put all of that together, and to me, that says sturgeon. It doesn't sound like any sturgeon I've heard about before. This fish they had in the net, what kind of fish was it?
Это очень большая рыба, которая водится на Амуре. Значит, это калуга.
Finally, I have a name for my culprit. Kaluga. A monster fish that has killed fishermen in the past. Could the 3 men have been drowned trying to wrestle a huge sturgeon into their boat? A 1,500-pound monster would surely be the fish of a lifetime. But can I catch one? At least now that I know what I'm after, I can prepare accordingly. Sturgeon have long, sensitive nasal feelers. So rather than a wire trace, I use a thin, super tough braided line that's harder to detect.
From my previous sturgeon fishing experience in the US, I know that fish, well not just sturgeon, all fish will hang out in deep water. If you've got a scoop on the bottom, you tend to get food with the current coming down and it deposits at the upstream end. It sort of tumbles around in a sort of a vertical eddy, and that's the place where any fish would naturally hang out to intercept food coming down.
So we spend the next couple of hours trying to find this type of underwater feature.
It's often said that only a line in the water catches the fish. If you haven't got a line in the water, you haven't got a chance of catching a fish. That is true up to a point, but I would rather spend an hour or two finding the exact spot where the water does actually drop off into the deep than just anchoring up anywhere and chucking a bait out. You're fishing much more effectively if you just have a couple of hours in the right place than spending all day in the wrong place.
Using a depth finder, we finally find the ideal place to start fishing.
What I've got here is one of the hooks that they used to use for Kaluga in the old days. For comparison, this is what I'm using. The thing is though, when you're fishing a fixed line, as the poachers do and as people used to in the old days, the fish can exert an awful lot of force on that hook. There's no give in the line is attached to a tree or something like that.
I've investigated stories before that show the pull a large sturgeon can exert on a line. In one case in Alaska, a white sturgeon dragged a tree stump weighing hundreds of pounds into the water.
Because I've got a reel, if that fish is exerting a lot of force, I just let it go under resistance. So using a reel, you should never get the same amount of strain on the hook as you do on a fixed line. So that's why I can get away using a finer, thinner, weaker hook, although that's still very strong for what it is. So I've got my hook tied on, and this is what I'm using as bait.
Salmon roe. This won't attach to the hook though, so I'm going to improvise using some nylons. This will allow me to have a small bag full of eggs on the end of my line.
I'm just going to squash some of these eggs in here, not all of them. That will just create a bit of a scent trail. The great thing about a river, as opposed to a lake, in a lake you sort of get a cloud of scent around the bait. In a river you get a nice trail which can stretch off maybe hundreds of yards downstream, and fish which have very sensitive sense of smell, they can find that trail and they'll follow it upstream until eventually they come to the bait. So you're sitting there, there's nothing happening on your rod, but there could be fish at that very moment working their way towards the bait.
Out here on this vast river, the dangers are tangible. It's incredibly deep, and the current is stronger than it looks. It's a place that can and has swallowed up fishermen and left little trace.
Bump on the bottom in a sec. Well, I can just feel that bumping on the bottom. Bump, bump.
Sturgeon have been on Earth for 200 million years and have hardly changed since the time of the dinosaurs. Individuals can live as long as 100 years. Knowing what I know about sturgeon, I'm preparing for anything. I've caught a 300-pound white sturgeon in Oregon, which took me over half an hour to get in. White sturgeon are huge, but Kaluga apparently can get even bigger. There it is! There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. White sturgeon can weigh an enormous amount, but Kaluga apparently can weigh even more. The biggest Kaluga on record tipped the scales at a staggering 2,205 pounds, bigger than the heaviest recorded white sturgeon. They have the potential of being the biggest river monster of all time. Salmon roe hasn't worked for me so far, so I'm going to try a change of tactics, which is all to do with the Kaluga's unique mouth. Most sturgeon species have a mouth shaped for feeding on the bottom. But the Kaluga is unique in the sturgeon world. It's an active predator. With a forward-opening mouth, it hunts salmon and other fish, engulfing them in its cavernous jaws.
Just going to try something a bit different. Going to try an artificial lure. Because the Kaluga is a predator, it eats small fish. I'll put something on which, well, that's going to vaguely resemble something alive down there on the bottom. It's sort of a caricature of a fish, this, really. I'm going to let it fall down to the bottom and we're going to drift with the current, and I'm just going to lift the rod up and down, and so this is just going to flutter, particularly this tail. It's going to flutter in the water
and it should attract just the movement of the vibration. It's the kind of thing that will attract the attention of a predator. Suddenly it strikes me that there are no other fishermen out here. And now I find out why. River police. I'm politely told that fishing for Kaluga is illegal. If I had caught anything, I'd have been in serious trouble. Just as I'm starting to make headway in this investigation, this is a real blow. Here, there's no concept of catch and release. I have to stop fishing. This would explain why people haven't been talking. They were breaking the law. Why are people willing to risk their freedom just to catch a fish? To unravel this mystery, I go to talk to the head of the Wildlife Protection Authority in this region. His name is Valentin.
Good day.
Can you tell me, are there many in the river?
Поймали 10 тысяч особей. Документы.
He tells me the Amur was once full of these giants. In the estuary, Valentin recalls seeing Kaluga jumping out of the water, and sometimes up to 20 fish at a time, up to about 1,000 pounds each. I've heard of sturgeon jumping out of the water before, and if one lands on a small boat, it can have devastating results. There are stories of boats being hit, sometimes turned over, and one incident that he experienced himself, he was in a small boat that had just left the large ship and they'd only got about 30 yards. They bumped into a big Kaluga in the water, and his colleague Yuri actually fell out into the water because of the impact. The situation in the Soviet area is that there was a ban on fishing for Kaluga, but in the 90s, with the collapse of the USSR, this region saw something of a free-for-all, and apparently just Kaluga came under relentless attack. The Kaluga has nearly been wiped out. Why is it that people keep fishing for them? What makes it so valuable, so attractive to the poachers?
Увидел первый раз в 92 году. Цена черной икры была $2000.
Just getting my head around the numbers here, the thing that's driving this whole situation is the eggs of the Kaluga. This is a type of sturgeon, and it carries caviar, about 13 to 14% of the body weight of a mature fish. Mature female fish is caviar. Apparently today in Moscow, 1 kilo, 2 pounds of caviar are going to bring in about $500 US. To a fisherman, this is like striking gold. For a salmon fisherman here, just one Kaluga could bring them the same money as working for 3.5 years salmon fishing. So, I mean, you can absolutely understand the temptation. And given this level of motivation, Valentin is just not optimistic at all about the future of the Kaluga in this river. It does seem very much as if the fish here is doomed. Later, I find out just how bad this problem really is. Because of the high value of caviar on the black market, poaching is run by mafia-style organised crime. People wouldn't talk because they were scared of the repercussions. Could the 3 fishermen who disappeared have come across one of the last giants, and in the ensuing battle, lost their lives? And perhaps the biggest question, are there any Kaluga sturgeon left in the Amur at all? I'm finding myself in a difficult situation. I want to see if there are any monsters out there, but the Kaluga is protected. There's a possible way around this. People here have said that I could go and catch one by accident, but technically this would be poaching, even though I'd be putting the fish back alive. But to catch one like this would be morally wrong. I'm halfway around the world, I've got the boat, I've got the fishing gear, I've got the food, everything I need, and I'm just so reluctant to give up having come this far. So I've been looking into ways, is there any way I can just circumvent this? And I think I found a way. Valentin has put me in touch with a team of scientists here monitoring fish stocks on the Amur. They've allowed me to join them. This is my only chance of seeing a Kaluga, if of course there are any left. But the first thing I witness is not a fish, but clear proof that poachers haven't given up on trying to find Kaluga. Two boats going at high speed, one after the other on the other side, and apparently it's a police boat chasing some poachers. And at the moment, I think the poachers are getting away. The distance between the two boats is lengthening. The thing about the value of caviar is that with the profits that you make, you can afford a faster boat than what the police have got. Out here on this vast river, trying to catch anything is going to be hard enough. But something as rare as a Kaluga is going to be almost impossible. But then they say that about many fish I go in search of. Normally I fish with a rod and line, but these scientists are going to use a drift net. A lot of people who fish with line all the time have this idea that fishing with nets is very easy. You just put the net out and you empty out the river, but it's actually quite technical. If there's trees, other snags on the bottom, they'll catch onto those. But also on the boat, you're feeding it out. It can catch onto bits of the boat, hence the cloth there, but also bits of clothing as well, buttons, things like that. I'm only allowed to do this because I'm with a licensed scientific team. Well, the net's now out, and it's now just a waiting game as we drift down the river. There's about 200 yards of net. We're in 80 foot of water, and what happens is that the net actually goes all the way to the bottom, and the current takes the top line, the float line, and because that's flowing faster than the water at the bottom, the net is actually coming down at an angle. So it's moving like that, and the fish that we're after are going to be sort of towards the bottom of the water. But as we wait for a chance encounter with one of these rare giants, I'm about to witness another side to this disaster. This is actually quite spooky. It looks like a migration of fish. There's all these fins sticking out of the water, and what it is, it's salmon upside down, and their tail fins breaking the surface, and they're all sort of drifting down with the current, and they're all dead. Of course, it's normal for salmon to die after spawning. I wonder if that's what's happening here. And even more of what we're seeing too many of. Dead salmon. And a lot of them now in fairly advanced stages of decomposition, which sometimes makes them fall apart and nicely go through the net. Other times you just get endless smelly fragments just all over the place. Just seeing all these dead fish. I mean, it's unpleasant just from a visceral point of view, just the smell of death. This one is pretty horrible. That was a male fish. It looked like that fish hadn't spawned. And the more we set our nets, the more I get the feeling that something out of the ordinary is happening here. Some of the ones that have actually broken open because they're so decomposed, they've still got eggs in, they've still got lots of eggs in. So this isn't normal. Normally, dead salmon have no eggs. They've sowed the seeds of the next generation, but this isn't a normal situation. There's something going on here. Back at the scientists' research vessel, taking a break from netting, I find some salmon still alive close to shore and decide to perform a test using a thermometer borrowed from the scientists. So there's a very dramatic difference in water temperature. I could feel it with my hands, but according to the thermometer in the stream, the water was 10 degrees Celsius, 49 degrees Fahrenheit. At the mouth of the stream, where the salmon are milling around is 15, 58 degrees Fahrenheit. And then here at the side of the river where the dead salmon are is 25, 76 degrees. That's a massive overall difference of 27 degrees Fahrenheit. I mean, that's just such a difference, and the difference it makes to the fish. Again, very graphic, the difference between being alive and being dead. The scientists tell me that the temperature in the river should be about the same as it is in the spring-fed stream. But before I arrived, this region had the biggest heat wave in living memory. This high water temperature is causing the salmon to die. If these fish are to stand any chance of surviving long enough to spawn, they need to be able to get up the stream and into cooler water. Now, at the moment, there's not enough water, but I suppose it's possible that if there's some rain, all they need is literally a few inches and they can run up here. There might be a suitable breeding site up there, there might not be. I'll just follow this stream up a little bit, see where it goes. Because what the salmon don't know, and what I don't know, is whether this stream is actually any use as a spawning ground for them. There's actually one fish that's made it up here. I don't know if there was a bit of rain or something at some point, but that fish doesn't look like it's going any further. It's run aground, it's just feebly flapping its fins. At the moment, all these salmon are destined to die. And because they won't spawn, there will be no next generation to come up the river. Is this disaster a result of global warming? The scientists don't know, but without a food supply, it's another nail in the Kaluga's coffin. I ask Victor, one of the scientists, when was the last time he saw a monster Kaluga from this river? So Victor grew up on the banks of this river, on the banks of the Amur, has been fishing here since he was a small boy. The biggest Kaluga he's seen was about 1,300 pounds. The biggest one he's caught himself was about 1,200 pounds. And a fish that length, he says, is about 16 feet long. And he remembers, this is interesting, fishermen are like this, he remembers the exact date that it was caught on, 6th of August, 1981. It's been more than 30 years since he caught a monster Kaluga here. But he goes on to tell me a story that could provide a clue to explain the mystery of the missing fisherman. About 40 years ago, there was a fisherman from his village who went out one day setting hooks. Very interesting technique. These hooks have no bait on them. Then fish will actually bump into the line, get caught up. And this fisherman went out on his own to pull in the line, and he didn't come back. When they recovered the boat, they were able to piece together what probably happened. Yeah, thank you. The man must have been retrieving the long line. Long lines can be hundreds of yards long, with hooks at regular intervals. Somewhere on the line was a Kaluga. As it felt itself being pulled towards the surface, it panicked. In a flash, the tables were turned. As the fish took out more line, several of the already retrieved 6-inch sharpened hooks stuck the fisherman. Unable to free himself, the man was dragged to his death. A search party was sent out the next day, led by the fisherman's brother, who knew exactly where the boat should have been. They found his line, and attached to the line was a very big fish, a big Kaluga, and he was attached to the same line. And one other detail from that story that just makes you aware of the strength of the fish. Although they found the fisherman floating on the surface, they never found his boat. And so from that they deduced that the fish, possibly with a blow from its tail, broke the boat, sunk the boat, and then the current just took it away.
This story has eerie echoes of a case I investigated in the Congo, looking for the suni, a giant catfish. But even the biggest of these would be dwarfed by the Kaluga I'm hunting for here. That fish pulled a man out of a small dugout. Longlining is illegal on this river. But if the three fishermen were poaching, they may have been using a long line as well as a net, which could have been doubly dangerous. In the chaos of a huge thrashing Kaluga, were they all dragged to their deaths? I have proved in the past that a man in the water is no match for a fish not even half his weight. So a 1,500-pound angry giant could easily take out 3 men. But are there any giants left? We set out again in one of the small fishing boats to try and net one, just like those dead fishermen did a couple of years ago. The difference is our intentions are not to kill the Kaluga, but a huge thrashing monster doesn't know that. Because I might come into contact with a sturgeon, I'm going to have to be careful. Just by handling it, I could get injured.
Sturgeon, actually, they have these bony scoots down the back and down the sides, and on a small one, they've got quite a sharp point on, but by the time they reach a big size, those points have gone, they've been worn down. So gloves, very necessary for handling particularly small sturgeon.
We set net after net, each drift and retrieve taking over 2 hours. After being on the river for half a day, we finally net our first sturgeon. It's not a Kaluga though, but an Amur sturgeon.
Small Amur sturgeon. So this is the ordinary sturgeon, and the mouth on this is, it's like a telescopic tube that comes down. So that's not really the mouth of a predator. They will eat small fish when they reach a large size, but it's more for just sort of sucking up crustaceans and things like that, smaller food items on the bottom of the river.
We carry on setting nets in the hope of catching a rare Kaluga.
One thing that demonstrates is that when you're netting, the choice of mesh size is actually very, very critical. We're working with sort of like 3-inch square meshes here, and which seems to be the perfect size for these smaller sturgeon. Apparently in the old days, when the Kaluga were running really big in this river, they used to use a mesh where each square of the net was about 1 foot square. Gives some indication of the size that these fish used to grow to.
Even though our mesh size is smaller, it's still capable of tangling a giant Kaluga. We've nearly exhausted all the spots on this part of the river, but just before moving off, bubbles breaking the surface are the sign of something big coming up from the bottom.
Oh, more bubbles here. That is our big fish.
After weeks of searching, I've finally caught my first Kaluga.
So this is it, the Kaluga sturgeon of the Amur River. Now, this is big by normal freshwater fish standards, but by the standards of what this fish can potentially grow to, this is a small one.
But I've never been so happy and relieved to find a fish alive.
This fish would actually overpower you. This fish, you know, you would not be able to hold your own in the water against this. And a big one of these, 15 foot long, I can well believe now the stories of those smashing boats, sending them to the bottom so they're never found again.
I'm afraid that the last of the giants may be gone. But as fortunes can still be made from the fish that remain, this story can only end in tragedy for the Kaluga, and sometimes for the fishermen who still hunt them illegally.
Despite having heard those stories of deaths and disappearances, the real victim is actually this fish, which We've fished very hard for, well, this is the biggest one that I've seen. This thing's been hunted really to the edge of extinction, all for the sake of its valuable eggs. That's really very sad, and I really hope that this population comes back. But even in the face of this human onslaught, nature has a surprising ability to cling on. As this rare living dinosaur returns to the deep, I find something in the boat that gives me a glimmer of hope. It's quite something when I think that I've heard so much about this fish, particularly in terms of the very large size that it can reach. Over 1,000 pounds, 15, 16 foot long. And to think that when I put this back over the course of many years, it could grow big enough to drag people out of boats. But here it is, a perfect miniature Kaluga. Without doubt, it's my smallest ever river monster. But in terms of the significance and hope it carries, it could be the biggest of my entire career. My name is Jeremy Wade, and for the past 30 years I've been travelling the globe on the trail of freshwater monsters. Normally I'm hunting them down in the lush and humid tropics, but this time I'm in a totally different zone.
No, it's off. It's off.
As I travel deep into northern Asia. It's a desolate place where only the tough survive. This is actually quite a grim, unpleasant sight. The prehistoric predator I'm after has a savage reputation for attacking anything that gets in its way, including unwary fishermen. I first became hooked on stories about river monsters as a kid. From giants with a deadly 10-inch dagger in their tail, to creatures that can literally shock you to death.
First go, amazing, first go.
There's one monster I read about called the taimen that I always wanted to catch. But I always thought either they're now extinct or they're now so rare that they're all but impossible to find. But recently I've been getting reports that have made me think again about catching this legendary predator.
As a boy, I read a legend about a taimen trapped in ice. It was so large that starving livestock herders survived the harsh winter by slicing off pieces of the living fish. When spring arrived and the ice melted, this giant taimen climbed onto the land and ate all the herders. Far-fetched, but it speaks volumes about how this fish is regarded. They can grow up to 6 feet long, with a mouth packed full of needle-sharp teeth. And I've had a recent report that shows what level of aggression they're capable of. A man was fishing for taimen when he felt a violent strike on the line. After a struggle, he managed to bring the fish in. At which point, it turned and bit his arm, drawing blood. I wonder if it's aggressive enough to be deadly.
Taimen were historically found in Siberia, China and Mongolia, but they've been fished to the brink of extinction in most places.
These reports I've been getting come from what could be their last stronghold, northern Mongolia, one of the most remote places on Earth. Mongolia is the landlocked kingdom of Genghis Khan. His brutal armies, the Golden Hordes, terrorized Asia and half of Europe. It may look hospitable now,
But winter temperatures regularly drop to minus 40 degrees, and only the toughest creatures can survive in this. It's the end of summer. I only have a small window to fish before the iron grip of winter will tighten again on this land. After a couple of days travelling, I arrive at a tiny town called Moron that's rarely visited by Westerners. From here, I'm heading into desolate wilderness. I've never been to Mongolia before, but when I'm somewhere new, I like to tap into the knowledge of the local fishermen. It's worked well for me in the past, allowing me to pick up pointers on technique, bait and location, all helping me to catch the monster I'm after. But Mongolia is unique in my experience, because here nobody seems to know anything about fish or fishing. I'm totally mystified. How can there be a land without any fishing culture?
No, he's saying traditionally, Mongolians, they don't eat fish.
Most people in Mongolia are Buddhist. I've been directed to a temple on the edge of town where I might get some answers.
It's actually believed that if you kill fish, that's going to bring bad luck to you.
This would explain why I'm finding no fellow fishermen and why Mongolia's rivers are the last bastion of the mighty Taimen. Without any local knowledge to help me, I feel the pressure to start fishing as soon as possible. I found a place near the temple where I can't resist dropping my line into the water. The Taimen I'm after are ferocious predators. I've heard they like their prey alive and squealing. Local reports say they pick off prairie dogs as they swim across rivers. So I'll try to trigger their predatory reflex by creating a disturbance on the surface with a spinner or a fly.
When you're using something like that to entice the fish, that's just got so little weight to it. There's no way you can cast that out using its own weight. So you're using the weight of the line. You've got a heavy line and a flexible rod, and that's what actually gets this very light, insubstantial fly out onto the water.
I've only fly fished a few times before, so it doesn't exactly come naturally to me.
Hey, is there on the fish?
Despite that, I've had some interesting results.
No, we're just going to break the fish off. Whoa!
My fly casting is starting to come right. It's not long before I get a take.
Oh, something actually took that. Oh, here we go, here we go. That's not a taimen, but it's my first Mongolian fish.
This is a dace, a member of the carp family. Not exactly a monster, but at least I'm on the food chain. All I have to do now is move up it until I reach the top. The next day, I meet up with my guide, Janga, who knows the area where the man was bitten.
Hi, Jeremy.
How are you doing?
I'm Django.
However,
he's agreed to take me there, over 100 miles into the wilderness. But he insists on 2 more people joining our team. Janga is the only one who speaks English. Our transport is an ex-Russian Army 6-wheeler. This is the only reliable vehicle for the terrain ahead. All roads stop at the edge of Moron. From here on out, it's going to be off-roading, all the way up to the Russian border. a lawless area where few people dare to go. I'm here in the summer, but this landscape has a darker side. During the winter of 2010, it was so cold that millions of yaks, horses and other livestock died. But what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and that applies to fish too. All around are signs of how life is just clinging on for most of the time.
Right, I thought that was going to be a cow in the distance. That's actually a horse. It's still got the bridle on it, so no, this is a grim sight, but a very graphic illustration of how harsh this landscape is. It looks very benign when you sort of see it in the wide with this thin layer of green over it, but you start looking closely and this is the kind of thing that you see.
This carcass-strewn landscape is making me uneasy. It doesn't help that I can't communicate with two of my travelling companions, and the third, Janga, isn't saying much. After a bone-shaking 10-hour drive, we drop down into a valley where tonight's camp will be. This is the first water we've come across. While setting up camp, Janga casually drops a bombshell.
A couple of years ago, I was camping here with a couple of people.
Yeah.
And we've been shot at. We were here, heard a gunshot, and the bullet just hits the rock.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. The bullet hit a rock not far from Janga. The chances are it was a warning shot, but they weren't going to hang around to find out.
So we just packed everything up and just went back fast as we can.
Who was shooting at you?
There was ninjas.
Ninjas are prospectors, part of a gold rush sweeping Mongolia after massive deposits were found here. Some areas of the country have become like the Wild West.
This is a place that no police or anything here,
Right,
so
okay.
they wanted to do something they want to do.
Ninjas aren't just potential bad news for me, but for the Taiman as well. Because mercury is used in the gold extraction process, and this is highly poisonous. If that's been used here, the fish along this stretch of river could have been killed off. Janga hasn't been back here since, and although he and his friends have agreed to help me catch a Taiman, we'll have to watch our backs for renegade gold diggers potentially taking aim. We just have time to set up camp before sunset.
Getting shot at is not something that I was necessarily banking on, or the possibility of that happening. And having heard that, the whole landscape takes on a different aspect. We're wide open here, surrounded by high vantage points. Janga also said that this wasn't an isolated incident. He also heard gunfire at night quite regularly, and this was probably cattle rustlers who are also known to operate in this area. So it's going to make the fishing considerably more challenging than I expected, in a way that I wasn't expecting at all.
After a restless night, I'm now focused on what I've come here for, the river and catching my first taimen. This landscape is very different from what I'm used to. The moment it looks pristine, as if it should be teeming with animals. But for most of the year, it's a very different picture, which is why there's so little wildlife here. The river is frozen over for 6 months every year. So anything living in that water has got to be tough, scratching a living from whatever comes its way. So a very hard place to live. Compared to a tropical river, there's almost no food. Taimen will often stick to one area for long periods of time. If a strike doesn't come quickly, it most often means it's already spooked, or there isn't one there. To maximise my chances, I have to keep on casting and moving, covering as much water as possible. So we'll drift down the river in a raft. I'm used to rivers where I can jump in and out wearing just shorts, but here the water is bitterly cold. I need waders and thermal clothing to give me some protection. We'll be cut off from the outside world. If anything happens to us, we could be days away from help. Each day, Janga's friends, Tolga and Bayra, go ahead to set up camp while I fish. Hour after hour casting my line on the water, trying to provoke this aggressive fish into striking. The plan is to go down the Delja Moron through 60 miles of inaccessible landscapes, where hopefully the armed ninjas haven't yet reached. After fly fishing for a couple of hours, I decide to change tactics. The fly fishing hasn't been getting a lot of reaction, so I'm going to try a different approach. This is going to work on the bottom of the river. This is an imitation plastic fish, but there's a big lump of lead just visible there inside, and I can chuck that out, let that bump along the bottom. And the way it works, it's quite nice. This single hook sits above it, so that shouldn't snag. Nice and sharp, the barb is crushed down, and I'll just loop that onto a thick piece of very tough, but also in the water, very nearly invisible fluorocarbon. I can unpick that knot if I want to. That's a nice strong way of attachment, but it's a good time of day. Let's see if that gets a result. As we head further downriver, the change in tactics doesn't seem to have changed my luck. Then something at the water's edge catches my eye. There must be hundreds, if not thousands, of 1-inch long fish fry here. These are very young linnock and grayling. But what's significant to me is the fact that they're here. They're not in the main river, they're in this little shallow pocket that's inaccessible really from that deeper water. And the fact that they're here, that tells me that the main river is not a healthy place to be if you're a small fish. There are dangerous predators out there, and this, if you're a small fish, is actually the safest place to be. Mongolia is proving to be a Jekyll and Hyde landscape. The calm waters give way to rapids without warning. Dangers come from above and beneath. Hitting a submerged boulder could tip us into the frigid torrent, while overhead, loose rocks frequently drop from the granite cliffs. Taimen like fast-running water because it's perfect for ambushing prey. They hold in the calmer eddies that form behind rocks, waiting for their food to come to them. All the time, I'm looking out for a flash of the taimen's distinctive red tail.
The main current is surging in that direction. You've got a bit of an eddy. That's just a classic bit of countercurrent. And I was thinking I might see a taimen down here.
The riverbed is strewn with slippery boulders. and getting a sure footing is not easy. One slip and I could be swept away. After working the rapids for hours, there's something on my line, and it's putting up a strong fight.
Yeah, it's a fish.
This is not the fish I'm looking for. It's a linnock.
I'm going to get it on soft grass. Very, very strong fish. Actually very hard to keep hold of this when it wriggles. This is a relative of the taimen. Wow, strong, strong fish. Strong as these fish are though, taimen will eat these. A big taimen will just inhale this head first. But a good sign. Oops. A fish on a lure from these rapids. Very, very fast water. It's amazing how fast the water can be and fish will still live there.
This linnock only weighs around 3 pounds, but it has an incredible strength for its size. Like everything in this savage environment, it's a lot tougher than it looks. It's getting towards the end of my first day on the river, and we have to get to the safety of camp before it's dark. Djanga is loosening up as we get to know each other. I suspect he knows a bit more about this fish than I first thought, because he now reveals a surprising tattoo.
I marked myself with the taimen tattoo on my arm.
The tail of his taimen tattoo is represented by a wolf, because the taimen is the only predator in Mongolian waters and is sometimes called the river wolf. His design also contains an eagle, another top predator here. Djanga clearly sees the taimen as a creature to be feared. I ask if he's aware of any humans falling foul of them, and he lets slip that he knows about the same incident that I've come to investigate.
It was a big fish. I don't know, it was like around 4 feet or so. And he was handling it. And that taimen just bit his arm on the muscle. So that he was bleeding.
Djanga seems concerned about me wanting to catch one of these fish.
Taimen is a real aggressive, mean. It's a real scary fish. It's gonna scare you.
This is all fleshing out my mental profile of my adversary and what I have to prepare for. I'm already keeping a watchful eye on the surrounding hills, but I've also got to be wary of the ground under my feet.
Amazing how camouflaged this thing is. Tolga's just found a venomous snake just in the grass near the camp, I mean in between the tents.
This snake is a type of pit viper. Its fangs inject a cocktail of toxins that dissolve flesh and paralyze prey. Medical help and any anti-venoms are potentially days away.
It's quite hard to see when it's still, but that's quite disconcerting. I might have been walking within feet of that, this morning. What's interesting though, more interesting, is that one of these was seen in the river last year on the surface, and a taimen came up and took it. A fish that takes venomous snakes. I mean, that really does say something about this predatory fish.
We take it far away from camp and let it go. I've only got a short amount of time to catch a taimen before the winter freeze, so I fish every bit of water I can. Here it's so clear I can see the fish the taimen feed on. Hopefully there's one nearby.
Right, this is a fish.
It's not a taimen. I seem to have caught everything in this river except what I'm after. In this case, It's a grayling. They're found all over Asia and Europe and can grow to 2 feet long. That's the sort of trademark sail-like dorsal fin. Very pretty fish, quite stripy flanks. Relative of the trout, it's got this little adipose fin here. Very nice to catch that, get my striking reflexes. But I think the biggest role the grayling have in this river is actually food for the taimen. It's actually quite unusual for me to catch fish that I can see. Normally the rivers that I fish are quite murky, and this water though is wonderfully clear, particularly now it's going down, it's getting clearer almost by the day. We carry on drifting down the river for another couple of days, with no luck. I'm beginning to think that my childhood dream of catching a monster taimen will remain just that, a dream. Seeing my frustration, Junga arranges for me to meet someone who might be able to help. I'm instructed to enter a traditional Mongolian tent called a ger. I assume whoever is in there can help me find the taimen I'm after. I was expecting maybe a gun-toting gold digger, but it's a shaman. The first thing that strikes me is that she's nothing like the witch doctors I've met in places such as the Congo and the Okavango in Africa. They are always elder statesmen of the village, but in Mongolia, both men and women can be shaman. Although most people in Mongolia are Buddhist, many also follow an older animistic religion, a pagan belief system with deep roots stretching beyond the age of Genghis Khan. What she's actually saying is that everything has a spirit, even things that we regard as inanimate, the mountains, the sky, the water, the trees. Spirits are basically all around. Everything out there has a spirit. The water spirit owns the fish. It's almost as if the fish are the children of the spirit. The shaman tells me that these spirits are ever present and have the power to keep me from catching a taimen. I'd assumed the powerful feeling of being watched was down to the ninjas, but now I'm not so sure. She offers to contact the spirit world, and I'm hoping this will give me some guidance as to what to do. Just after sunset, the ceremony to summon a spirit begins. For me, spirituality and fishing have a lot in common. Casting a line on the water is like asking a question or saying a prayer. Both rely on faith. Faith that you're going to get an answer, or in my case, a fish. You don't just become a shaman in Mongolia. A spirit picks you in childhood, but only reveals itself in later life. She starts by banging a drum to help her enter a trance-like state. Before my eyes, she transforms from the soft-spoken person I met in the ger to a gruff-voiced oracle. She is literally a woman possessed. Having looked at my palms, although fishing is a bad thing, it doesn't please the spirits, there is some good in me, and the spirit will bring the fish to me. But what I've got to do, not just here but other rivers, is when I go to the river I've got to make some kind of offering to the spirits before I fish. I've promised that if I catch a taimen, I'll let it go unharmed. I've travelled thousands of miles to try and catch this fish, and so far I haven't gotten close. I'll take any help I can get. Before setting off again, I do as the shaman ordered and go down to the river to give an offering of yak milk to the spirits. We carry on drifting downriver as it scythes its way through larch forests and granite cliffs. My fly fishing is starting to come together as I catch more of the taimen's prey.
It's strong, it's so strong for a small fish.
After my visit to the shaman, my luck seems to have turned.
Nice leg.
Nearly every cast is getting a take, but it's not what I've come all this way for, and time is fast running out. I return to the riverbank and reflect on my tactics. One of my guides, Byra, has until now been quiet, but he's beginning to open up, and he tells me how poachers around here catch the taimen.
What he's actually suggesting is that I try the traditional Mongolian method, which is to kill a large rodent, a squirrel. They run across the open ground and live down burrows. And what you do is you then throw that into water and drag it across the surface. That does actually make sense that the taimen is a large predator, and they do, in a river like this, they'll hit anything that lands on or in the water. He's even offered to catch one for me. I don't think I'm going to go there, but it has, in fact, it has given me an idea.
I'm going to make my own rodent-sized lure. I've scavenged or improvised nearly everything I need, except some yak hair. This part of the river is near a nomadic family's summer camp, and they have a herd of yaks. Mongolian nomads have lived in this way for at least 3,000 years. They're totally dependent on their livestock and horses. This is why they don't fish and why there's no local knowledge about how to catch them. Nearly half the population live like this, but the figures are falling as the modern world encroaches. Yak hair is such a good material that it's used to make flies commercially, but there's nothing quite like getting it straight from the source. I'm used to catching freshwater beasts rather than bovines.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right. Oh yeah, careful of those bits, all right, yeah.
I have to watch out for both ends. I could get kicked or gored by its horns.
Other belly. Okay, here. Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. Lovely. You can see how these things survive the -40 in the winter. You've got a coat, several inches of that. That's definitely going to help.
I now have everything I need to make my lure. I'm not aiming to make an exact replica of its prey, but something that'll trick a taimen into striking.
What I actually really like about fishing is that if you go back to the fundamentals, it's all about taking something with very little food value. It can be a maggot, a worm. You put it into the water and that is miraculously transformed into a large fish. And the catalyst, the ingredient that brings this about is human ingenuity. Now, fly fishing takes this process one stage further. You start with something which has zero food value and you deceive the fish by making it think that it's something edible. Now, fly fishing originally, you were imitating flies, and that progressed to small fish. But for taimen fishing, you're not so much fly fishing, you're squirrel fishing.
It's not the neatest of flies, but I'm happy with this as my first attempt. Now I need to see how this handles in the water.
Okay. It's hard work to cast this fly. It's a big lump of fur. There's a lot of weight to haul out of the water, but actually when you get the momentum going, you can actually ping it out quite a long way. It's not very elegant, but it's working the water quite well there.
This could make a useful addition to my arsenal. Testing is over, and I haven't got any more time to waste. My time on the river is getting short, and there's still no sign of any taimen. A fisherman's fortune can turn on a dime. You can go day after day without anything, but then suddenly all of your frustrations dissolve in a second. I see a large shape in the water heading towards my lure. Could this be my first taimen?
That's a good size as well. I almost took it on the drop as it hit the water. Let's keep away from this rock. Let's just come into let's just go behind. That came off. I sort of trying to muscle it past this snag here, but that just slipped off the hook.
The shaman said that I would get to see a taimen, and that's exactly what's happened. But I've travelled over 4,000 miles, been fishing for days, and I'm wondering now if this is the closest I'll ever get to one. Janga tells me of a likely spot further downstream where there's a good set of rapids. I start fishing immediately. It's easy to get dejected, but I'm trusting my intuition again. This is just where a taimen could be lurking. Then I spot a large one coming up in the water, and I feel my hopes rise.
Now, taimen tend to be quite territorial. If they're seen in the spot, very often they're still there later. So, with a bit of luck, in a few moments' time, this could be inside its mouth.
Taimen are the undisputed masters of Mongolia's icy waters. Will my lure trigger its legendary predatory instinct?
Yeah. Got a fish.
Something has hit my lure and is fighting hard. Again, I see the distinctive flash of red. It's another taimen.
Yeah, it's a strong fish, this.
And this feels bigger than the one that got away.
It's actually just in this heavy water, and that heavy water is moving upstream, so I'm just giving constant pressure. There it is.
It's in among some rocks. If my line catches on one, it could easily snap.
It might be ready.
To secure the taimen, Janga grabs hold of its tail.
Fantastic.
We both know its teeth are capable of causing some serious damage. There's nothing like bringing a good-sized fish in to make you forget all your frustrations. My first taimen. Not a monster, but a great start.
And there's a big old rapid, and this was just right on the edge of that. Rubber fish, and it's just bouncing down, and it's got a little bit of a kick in that tail there, and then suddenly, boom! And look at that, that's a lovely fish. Wow. So my first taimen, and it's still got a lot of fight left in it actually. I mean, it's just one bar of muscle. But very, very strong fish. And I mean, just to survive in these rapids, this water, I mean, there's more white water than you know, still water here. And this thing was living right on the edge of that. I mean, this fish really, really living up to its reputation. Its mouth is packed with needle-sharp teeth. They're angled back like a shark's, so whatever it grabs hold of won't get away. Now, although this is a predatory fish, it's also true to say it's a very pretty fish. It's a very nicely marked fish, but these spots, of course, serve as perfect camouflage, really, in this rocky river. Just blending in with the background. I mean, it makes it a real stealth predator. The shaman warned me not to kill or harm any taimen. I release it quickly so I don't damage my chance of finding an even bigger one.
Oh. Yeah, I think it's ready to go. There it is. Shoo.
I'm eager to carry on fishing, but it's near nightfall, and we have to get to the safety of our nearby camp. After catching my first taimen, there's a new confidence among us. And we share stories far into the night.
Yeah, yeah. Lots of gestures. Yeah, lots of gestures.
The others have turned in, but I can't resist the temptation of fishing into the night, so I go just outside camp. The lure I'm using chops the water as it's drawn along the surface, imitating the sound of an animal struggling. This noise should attract some attention. To avoid any chance of spooking the taimen, I turn my light off. And almost immediately, I get a strike.
Oh, something actually took that.
Janga hears what's going on and comes to help me bring it in.
Yeah. There we go. We'll just throw the rod up.
A respectable size, and worth depriving myself of some sleep.
Caught at night on a noisy buzzbait, a propeller thing that was rattling around, and this thing actually went for it 3 times. Actually missed it every time, and I just wound it slightly slower the last time. You can see the eyes on this fish, big eyes. It's a sight predator, but even at night, if you're looking up, something's on the surface, you know, you're going to see a shape, you're going to see a disturbance. Oops. Very dramatic. At night you can't see what's going on, you just know you've got a heavy athletic fish on the end. Shall we return it?
Yeah.
Still not the size I'm after, but there certainly seem to be taimen along this stretch of the river. It's now the early hours of the morning, and I decide to grab a couple of hours sleep. I get up early the next morning to have one last go in the rapids near camp. This time I'm going to try heavy-duty fly fishing. Maybe this will deliver the big fish I'm after. The taimen will most likely be holding in the eddies and boils behind the big rocks, so this is where I aim my casts. But with such a strong current bumping my fly, it's hard to feel the exact moment when I have a take. All of this is adding to the pressure, as this could be my last chance here, and I feel that I'm starting to make mistakes.
Yeah, it's a fish, it's a fish. Is it? No, it's off. It's off. I've just seen a fish come up from my fly. It was in the tail of the white water there. And I think I probably pulled it out of its mouth. I should have just given it a little bit longer. It's
very hard in the heat of the moment. You just get this reflex. You see the fish, I want to set the hook. But, but they're here, and they're coming up.
After feeling the power of the taimen, I believe that a big one could pull me off balance and into the water. I need to keep my footing. Suddenly, there's something big on my line.
Yes, 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 yes. That's a fish, that's a fish. I've got to come down there, I've got to come down.
I mustn't let the line snag on the boulders, or it's game over.
Right, I can see it. I can see that red tail. Right, now just take it easy now. Big red tail. This is a good sized fish. You can see the fish really well going out into the current there.
The bigger they are, the harder they fight. And this one's fighting with all its strength to get away from me. The adrenaline is pumping and my brain is telling me to keep a constant tension on the line or this fish will throw my hook.
Okay, it's spinning, it's spinning, it's spinning.
It's a two-man job bringing this taimen in and our first attempt fails.
This is now difficult because the line is around the body of the fish.
I've lost control of the fish. I can't bring it out of the strong current. Django has to go out into the middle of the river to grab the taimen, hopefully without getting bitten. After an intense, nerve-wracking battle, a very long journey that began back in my childhood comes to an end.
Taimen on a fly. Wow. What a fish, amazing fish.
This is a rare beast. I'm lucky to see one this big.
Right. Oh, the size of the head on this thing. Wow. And look at the mouth on that. Just looking at this thing now, you can just tell how well adapted it is for this predatory lifestyle in this fast water. Very, very streamlined body, but this huge mouth and the teeth in there are just angled, you know, they almost come back flat, which is why they're not immediately visible. And it's even got teeth on the tongue.
If it sank those teeth into me, it could do some damage. I can feel this one still has a lot of fight left in it. It's time to return it to its element.
What's really nice is this fish is just flexing. This fish is ready to go. I'm gently supporting it by the pectoral fins, just taking the weight, but Jack's still holding the tail. I think as soon as we let go of the tail, it's going to support itself. It might think for a second or two, and then I think it's going to be gone back into this fast water.
I was worried that I might never catch a taimen, but I was lucky enough to catch two in the same spot. To me, this is also an indicator. The fact that the top predator is still here shows that this river is still alive.
For the time being at least, this is a healthy river, and just what an amazing sight to see.
It's been the fulfillment of a long-held personal goal in a place of extraordinary harshness and beauty. And it proves that the fighting spirit of Genghis Khan is still alive and well in Mongolia. It's now time for me to leave this mysterious wilderness and head back to the modern world. My name's Jeremy Wade. I've been fishing for over 40 years, but I've never had an experience like the one you're about to see. Oh! It began as an investigation into vicious attacks in India. But somewhere along the line, it crossed over into obsession.
Ah!
I set my sights on a fish so elusive and hard to catch that it tested my patience to breaking point. This is the story of how a fish said to be protected by the gods took me to my limit and beyond.
I need to come there, I need to come there.
I'm in northern India. India is where my extreme angling career began 3 decades ago. And it was where, 4 years ago, I caught one of my most shocking monsters.
I'm going to have to go for a swim.
A 160-pound goonch, which proved there are man-eating sized fish in India. Since then, my search for freshwater horrors has taken me all around the globe. And now, fresh reports are emerging from India and Southeast Asia of something else attacking people in the water. Something said to make the goonch look like a goldfish. These reports speak of stealthy, lightning-fast strikes by a cunning predator that appears to patrol near the surface. Something blasting out of the shallows, sometimes clean out of the water, taking birds, dogs, even children from the edges of rivers and lakes. There are even reports of fish being cut open to reveal human remains in their stomachs. This doesn't sound like the goonch, a silent assassin rising slowly from the depths. If these reports are true, there must be something else lurking in these rivers. Over the years, I've learnt a lot about India. Here, reality is awash with mystery and magic. And this bubbles through most powerfully in the rivers. These rivers are sacred, the gateway between this world and the next, and the focus for devotion for millions of Hindus. I've seen strange things happen in India's rivers and with the fish that lurk beneath. I have a background in science, but out here that's not always enough to understand what's going on around me. To solve the mystery of these new attacks, I start with straightforward door-to-door inquiries. I'm looking up a friend who I haven't seen for 30 years.
It's not this one, it's a bit further up. Might be this one. Here, and then, okay. Maybe I've just gone past it.
But word travels fast, and Umesh comes to find me.
Hi, Tommy, hello! How are you doing?
I'm very well.
Put your hands, don't wait.
I tell him why I'm back and about the monster I'm hunting.
How do I look?
I've heard one story about a spear fisherman out hunting at night, trying to spot his targets by flashlight. But in the darkness, this hunter became the hunted. Jaws sunk into his leg with such force that the culprit had to be cut off him. I need to get a line in the water. Umesh suggests a place to start. The water in this river is running shallow and clear. A wary hunter in this water could easily see me before I see it, so I need to adopt a stealthy approach. To start with, I decide to try fly fishing.
That's what I'm using on the end. Now, they call this fly fishing, but that's actually designed to mimic a small fish, particularly when it's pulled in through the water in jerks. That makes that tail sort of wave around a little bit.
This movement could trigger the attack reflex of any predator that's down there. But I'm already at a disadvantage because I'm no expert in this technique. The last time I tried fly fishing, it landed me in more trouble than it was worth.
Okay, you can have the fish. You can have the fish. Whoa!
And this time, it's proving just as frustrating.
How did that happen? It was rubbish. It was rubbish. Absolute rubbish. I'm going to go again.
I need to keep my line aloft and untangled while I work out enough distance to hit my spot. But that's easier said than done.
Sort of flash of silver. A very slight tap on the line. And then nothing there.
But I'm starting to get the hang of it. Hooking a fish should be just a matter of time.
Yeah. Here we go. It's actually coming up the current. It's actually very small.
This is just a juvenile, but it could grow into something much bigger.
Right, that's a very small fish, a lot smaller than what I'm used to, but this is actually a memorable fish for me. This is my first marcia on a fly. I've caught marcia before, but not on a fly. Anyway, I'll get him out of the sun.
It doesn't look much, but I've caught marcia to over 90 pounds. At that size, they're a real muscle fish, and one of the most valued sport fish in the world. But even the giants pose no threat to people, so this can't be the attacker I'm after.
Progress is being made, you know, notch by notch. The mechanics of this fishing is slowly coming, slowly coming.
My fly fishing is not pretty, but it's starting to be effective. I just hope it's a match for the predatory heavyweight I've come to catch. I've heard rumours of another attack, south of here on a lake that's harvested by commercial fishermen, so I'm heading there to investigate. At first it's tough going, as the fishermen on the lake are tight-lipped and wary of outsiders, but I managed to persuade one of them to talk.
तो मछली को उठा के ले लिया वो मछली जो फिर पानी नहीं छोड़ा जे फिर कटेगा बच्चा किनारे में हाथ चलते रहेगा.
Mahin Biswas tells me of a boy who was wading in the shallows, searching for worms to use as bait. But something else was lying in wait.
तो जैसा ये हुआ है तो कोई आया तो बोला जो भाई ऐसा छोड़ा लाओ.
Sounded like the fish actually took the whole hand in.
तो ऐसा बड़ा आदमी आ गया तो छोड़ लिया.
The child was bitten, actually pulled his hand out of the water and the fish was still attached. The child's mother had to come and prise the jaws open to get the fish off.
He tells me the attacker was a catfish, known as the sareng.
20 किलो मछली जो होता है मुंह जब खुलेगा तब तो हम लोग ये मुंह में पड़ जाता है.
Mr. Biswell said, you know, a big sareng, a 40-50 pounder, he said it's got jaws big enough to almost grab him around the waist.
This isn't your usual bottom-feeding catfish. Going under many aliases, the sareng is a formidable predator. Explosive speed flows from a streamlined muscular body, and jets of water shooting through its gill slits. Banks of needle-sharp teeth bristle in its jaws. And it's been reported to grow to the size of a man. The unprovoked attacks I'm hearing about make it one of the most aggressive hunters I've ever come across. But its reputation doesn't stop there. Mr. Biswas tells me that Hindus also believe this fish to be untouchable. I want to start fishing, but mention of the sareng has touched a superstitious nerve. I can't ignore local beliefs, and the lake's fishermen have asked to speak to me.
No, तोड़ दिया था, टूट गया था।
Is this a fish that fishermen are afraid of?
नाव से तो कोई बोटिंग से कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
It seems the sareng is the subject of a religious taboo. Before I return to the water, I need to seek an audience with a Hindu holy man. I'm a scientist. My investigations deal with hard evidence and deduction. But for many, fishing is a superstitious game. And I've done this long enough to understand the power of belief. This holy man may be more than just a detour. Part monk and part magician, he lives in a cave high above the holy river Ganges. It's said that he can levitate and even inhabit the bodies of animals. I ask him about the sareng.
It's a big fish, it lives in the river, it lives in lakes, and it cleans things up. It eats dead matter, it eats dead animals.
And according to the holy man, this fish also eats dead people. When a Hindu dies, a funeral pyre is built beside the river. The corpse is brought down to the water's edge. As the pyre burns down, the remains end up in the river as easy pickings for the sareng. But it's not just the body it's eating.
This is a fish that not only eats the physical part of people, it also takes human souls to the gods.
Hindus believe in reincarnation. When you die, your soul leaves your body. The sareng swallows this soul and carries it to the gods, who in turn see it reincarnated into another body.
This is a fish that shouldn't be eaten, but beyond that, it's actually a sin to kill it. Babaji, mai machi shikari hu. I'm a fisherman and I'm here to try and catch a sareng.
The holy man warns me that trying to catch this fish will bring nothing but bad luck.
This fish is actually the god's gift to people, and not only is it a big fish with big teeth, it also has some kind of divine protection. This is a fish that you mess with at your peril.
A killer instinct, formidable weaponry, supernatural powers, and divine protection. I'm starting to wonder if I'm out of my depth. But if I just catch, examine, and release this fish, perhaps I won't incur the wrath of the gods. Even so, I'm nervous as I prepare to go fishing again. Then I hear there's bad news.
I was planning to go out on the lake with Mr. Biswas today, but there's been a little bit of bother. Somebody was fishing the lake unofficially, and the people who've got the contract there actually gave him a bit of a beating. So this guy came round to the lake with his family, starting to kick off. He was saying, "Do you know who I am? My family's important. The police are going around today." And so the people who are doing the fishing there, they say, "Don't come today. There's going to be some trouble."
But maybe I can get a look at a sareng at the fish market. This is not what I'm looking for, but something else has caught my eye.
Ye machli pakar sakta hu? Okay, I've just asked if I can grab one of these.
This bucket of catfish hides a nasty surprise.
I've got to be careful because they've got spiky fins. That's what I'm trying to avoid there. Don't want that on my finger. There.
But they're not the apex predator I'm looking for.
Ganam kya hai? Katla. Katla. Oh, gosh. That's heavy. That's a 20-pound fish easily. So, you know, cause of death, I think, is a spear. It's a snakehead. I'm used to fishing waters where this thing is the top predator, the top dog. Here, it's just bait.
I've caught snakeheads before. Some have a violent reputation. But they don't grow as large as the sareng, and they have very different jaws. It seems these traders are also wary of the sareng, and they too have a story to warn me off. They tell me of a fisherman who was bringing in his lines at dusk. On one of his hooks was a sareng. The fish spooked, snagging the line tight around his legs. The next day, the man's lifeless body washed ashore. Fear of the sareng runs deep. It's immensely frustrating to be denied access to where I want to fish. I need a plan B. I head to a place that's quieter, with fewer people. It's a forested valley bordering a wilderness reserve called Corbett National Park. But getting in means trekking miles with full kit through hostile terrain. But fish aren't the only man-eaters here. Early in the last century, Jim Corbett, after whom the park is named, shot 33 man-eating cats in this region. They'd killed over 1,200 people between them. Today, the tigers are protected, but people are still on their menu. As if this wasn't enough, as I arrive at the park gates, other forces are trying to keep me from fishing.
I've actually just had some very bad news. This is as far as I can go. Although I was told that I would be permitted to fish the lake inside the park, that has now been withdrawn.
Another lake I'm not allowed to fish. Is this just coincidence, or is there something more sinister in the water? If I can't get into the park, I'm going to have to go it alone, in the forest around its border. Here, I'll need to keep my wits about me.
We've got a sort of a palm print, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Here again. Palm, 1, 2, 3, 4. So going that way, there is actually an active man-eater around at the moment. About, I think it's 5 people in the last couple of months have been taken.
But this is where I have to fish.
This water is actually very different from the water I was expecting to fish. Down the lake, it's muddy, it's still. Here, it's shallow, moving fast and clear. Now, fly fishing is one method I was going to use down there, but here, I don't know, it's possibly the most appropriate, so that's what I'm trying.
There's a record of a 70-pound sareng that was caught from this river, and there might just be another giant lurking here. But I need to outsmart them by presenting a lifelike lure in all the likely hiding places. That was a fish. But while I'm intent on the river, other dangers are patrolling the shores. Wild elephants.
That's a couple of elephants that have just gone past behind here very quietly, very quickly.
In India, elephants kill more than 400 people each year. I'll need to keep my distance.
Don't really want to see them too close. And when I'm fishing, I tend to be very much normally focused on what's in front of me. But here,
It's definitely a case that you need eyes in the back of your head.
If this pair charged, they would be on top of me in seconds. I push deeper downstream. I'm 20 miles from the nearest town. If anything goes wrong out here, I'm on my own. But my luck may be about to change.
Yeah. Still there? Yes, it's still there. I can feel it. It's off. Ah!
And I think tactically I should have just let that fish clear the rapid. It's not going to, there's no danger in that rapid. Just clear to the quiet water down below. Then I can make my way calmly down and land it. But mixed feelings.
I'd normally say that was just poor judgment. But could it be more of the bad luck the sereng is supposed to bring? I try to apply some clarity of thought. I've spooked my fish in the run, so I turn my attention to the pool below. But I'm tired and starting to lose my focus.
There's definitely something on the bait. Definitely something on it. Here we go. It's a strange take, this. Come on. Wondering if we take it properly.
But whatever's playing with my bait has snagged the line around something on the bottom. There may still be a fish interested, so I need to handle this carefully.
I've got the line caught up. I want to free it using a bit of a dodge, which doesn't involve disturbing the water too much. The line's actually snagged, which is always a risk when you're fishing on the bottom with a lot of lead, where there's lots of loose boulders around.
The bottle floats silently downstream and pulls the line free.
Oh, yeah.
And I reel in an empty hook.
That's actually eaten the bait.
Whatever is down there has just got a free lunch. This is normally the sort of challenge I relish. But here, even on gear that I'm familiar with, I'm starting to make mistakes.
Sometimes we use line that's too thick. Bird's nest on the cast, that line in the current, and just pulls it all out of position.
It seems that everything is starting to unravel.
Might even be snagged. No, it's not, thank God. A bad cast, bird's nest on the reel, getting that off. The current takes it down, pulls it out of position, it's snagged on a rock. You go to all that trouble making up a leader, you get it snagged, it breaks, you've got to start all over again. It's just ridiculous. Just bloody ridiculous.
It's not just the gear, my temper is fraying too. I have to get this situation back under control. That means getting into the water to recover my gear. I'm putting my feet potentially very close to whatever is in there. This fish has got me pushing my luck, making bad calls and taking unnecessary risks. What's more, no fish is going to be hanging around after all that disturbance. The fishing is starting to feel futile. I don't know what the answer is. Man-eating tigers, wild elephants, lost fish, snags, and now this. Last year, my crew narrowly survived a direct lightning strike on a river.
Our sound recorder has been hit, was actually struck on the head by that bolt of lightning. Chris, are you okay? Are you responding? Right, we might need some first aid here. Let's go.
Quick.
I can't risk that happening again.
Nothing's going on, lightning. The wisest move is actually to back off from the river for a little while.
The annual monsoon storms have arrived unseasonably early. These rivers will soon be in full spate and unfishable. But this might just be the break I need. An excuse to escape these waters swirling with superstition. There are other places to catch this fish. Sareng attacks are known across Southeast Asia. In Malaysia and Thailand, they are believed to devour small children. So while the monsoon rages in India, I'll continue my quest in Thailand's far south. I've fished in Thailand before, for enormous freshwater stingrays.
I think we've got it.
And vicious giant snakeheads. And I've heard of a lake here that's legendary among anglers for being home to the strangest cocktail of monster fish in the world.
Oh, God.
It's a freshwater freak show where rare giants from across the globe have been released to swim with native species, including the sareng. There must be more river monsters here than in any other lake in the world. It's a long way from my normal fishing. But after my struggles in India, this could be the change I need. I know they're in here, and here in Thailand, the fish doesn't have the supernatural power that it's supposed to have in India. So I'm back to what I'm used to, just me against the fish. But even here, I'm not taking any chances. I'm fishing like I've never fished before, with 4 heavy rods, bomb-proof line, professional fishing guide Scott, and electronic bite alarms. It's like an angling midlife crisis.
The bait had hardly hit the bottom.
But it's working.
What's that? It could be an Asian red tail.
I must be doing something right. I'd almost forgotten what it felt like to catch a fish.
It is a red-tailed catfish. Not what I came here to get, but an interesting fish to see. This is a native of these waters, native of Southeast Asia.
A large native catfish swimming in the same waters as the sareng. It's tantalizingly close to what I've come to catch.
Oh! That looked like a catfish of some description. It's an Amazon red tail, I think.
The fish are getting bigger, and this one is proof that I'm fishing a unique aquatic sanctuary.
The Amazon red-tailed catfish are actually quite different. The Asian red-tail has a smoother skin and a slightly different shaped, more deeply forked tail. I'm used to seeing this in the Amazon halfway around the world, and here it is thriving in Thailand. This lake, it really is a place of surprises. That's ready to go.
After all the frustrations in India, part of me feels like I've died and gone to angling heaven. But another part of me wonders whether hooking a sareng like this is cheating. Has my goal of catching this fish turned to an unhealthy obsession? But the promise of the sereng and all the other remarkable fish in this lake,
it's a nice sized fish, whatever it is
too much to resist.
There it is. It's a red-tailed catfish. Amazon red-tailed catfish. There's a bit of a frenzy of red-tailed catfish going on. Another Amazon red-tailed catfish. The challenge in this lake, which is a challenge I don't normally have, is actually how to avoid catching fish. I need to avoid catching all the other fish that are in here, which really outnumber the sereng. Oh, and there it was, right in underneath me, whatever it was. Oh, it's a red-tailed catfish.
By daybreak, it's becoming a plague.
This is an Amazon red-tailed catfish. Normally very rare in this part of the world, but
as the day draws on, the fish get more interesting.
What is that? Lovely. Those are very, very rare fish.
Scott tells me there are more than 100 sereng in the lake, but only about half a dozen of these.
This is a Chinese seerfish.
This fish is so unusual, I know next to nothing about it.
Don't know, I'm going to have to look this one up, find out exactly what it's related to. It's very much a lottery, it seems. It's just a numbers game. And I'm hoping it's just going to be a matter of time.
It's going, yep, take that.
Going.
Some of my trips go for weeks without a catch.
Oh, it just rolled.
But here, I'm like a kid in a candy store.
Right, we've got to be careful this doesn't slice the net, haven't we? It's an alligator gar, native of North America. They used to live in prehistoric times all around the world. So if it was here naturally, it would be a very strange relic.
Day after day, the same pattern continues. I land well over 100 fish, belonging to 13 different species, some of them truly bizarre.
A real oddity. Firewood catfish. You know, it's almost like this place is mocking me. Here's a rare fish, here's another rare fish. The one I want is just eluding me, and there are more of those in here than there are things like that.
Those Indian warnings are still playing on my mind. Could sereng bring bad luck even here, thousands of miles from the haunted Himalayas? This is even starting to feel like India. But as the rain clears, I'm into a fish.
Good sized fish.
And this one feels different.
It's just going. I've just gained a bit of line. The first bit of line I've gained. Gently. Oh! Silvery fish jumping out of the water.
For a second, that looked like a sereng, but it sliced straight through my super tough leader.
So I was hoping that here I wouldn't get these sort of random things happening, but something's bitten that through.
After 10 solid days fishing, something has to give.
The big cloud of bubbles down there. Big cloud of bubbles.
I've hooked into my biggest fish yet.
Yes, that's the fish.
Could this be the one I'm waiting for?
Fish is going to show, it's going to show.
But a telltale flash of red and gold shows this isn't a sereng.
That's Arapaima. Saw the whole thing come out of the water. It's an old adversary, a magnificent fish. But because of my fixation with the sareng, I feel a tinge of disappointment. I know that fish are weightless in water, but even a fish like this, not even beating its tail, just the momentum of it, just the mass of it coming through the water, displacing water. Line coming up through the water. But as this Amazonian giant is finally tamed here in Thailand, gosh, I'm again wondering if I'm looking for the wrong answers in the wrong places. 180-odd-pound Arapaima. Whew. Big smile on my face, but still no sareng. But catching any fish that it takes 3 grown men to lift is surely cause for celebration. That's always really nice to see. The fish going off with plenty of energy, and just nice to see a fish in such good condition. But there's no time to recover, because straight away I've hooked another fish. Oh, massive bubbles over there. I think that was, no, that was it, or another fish. Yes, 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 yes. Could this be the one? I'm going to come over there. I need to come there. I need to come there. At this angle, the fish will snag my line. With no room to maneuver, I have to get into the lake. This is a hell of a fish if this is hooked in the mouth. I'm not sure if I'm playing the fish or it's playing me. After a full half hour, finally it begins to tire. Gosh. Incredible fish. This monster is a catfish, but the wrong one. Mekong giant catfish. It's still fighting me. It's still fighting me, this fish. Mekong giant catfish. This fish is known to grow over 600 pounds. Nearly 650 pounds is the biggest one, authenticated. But this one actually rose and took a piece of maize dangling under a float. Took something about the size of my fingernail. Can you imagine? Turned into a fish like this. Incredible, strong fish. After all this intense fishing, catching everything but the sareng, it's dawning on me that by coming to Thailand, all I've done is run away from my problem, which is with those gods back in India. If I'm ever going to catch this fish, I need to face my demons and make my peace with them. So I've returned to India, where the sareng is believed to carry the souls of the dead and to be protected by the gods. I'm used to looking at water as a fisherman, but imagine you live beside this river and it's before the days of atlases. And this river, it just keeps flowing in the same direction day after day, year after year, generation after generation for as long as anyone can remember, just bringing things to you, taking things away. And it's actually not such a leap to imagine that maybe it's some kind of circle, a cycle, and that things that go into it somehow come back. And
the creatures that you sometimes glimpse under the water, they are held in a special kind of awe. And part of that is because eventually they are going to consume your remains. And it's actually quite a thought to look around and to think that all these people one day will end up in this river as food for the fishes.
This is a world of river gods and sacred fish. But if I can somehow make it clear that I mean the sereng no harm, that I just want to catch it, examine it and let it go, perhaps the gods will let their guard down. Back in India, the rain has cleared. First stop is a temple dedicated to the river gods.
This temple is on the confluence of two rivers. Now, in Hinduism, rivers are sacred and confluences are doubly sacred. Now, I'm not sure that I totally sort of buy into all the belief, but certainly with all these people here, you don't get this amount of smoke without some kind of fire.
It's time for me to make a leap of faith. Pilgrims flock here seeking blessings and good fortune. I'm here to lift the sereng's curse of bad luck. The priest gives me a blessing and a bag of sacred rice, an offering to the gods and the fish in the river. And where before these Indian rivers seemed empty, suddenly they spring to life. If I'm here to make friends with the local fish, it seems I'm doing something right.
This is what fish do if you leave them alone and if you feed them occasionally. The water just teems with them. Compare that to what rivers are normally like. You're normally struggling to see fish, but here we are, very populous part of India, and they leave this fish alone and the water's just full of them.
But can this charm offensive translate into a sereng on the end of my line? I head back to the river, now swollen by monsoon rains.
The weather's actually brightened up, which is nice to see, but the effect of all that rain has been to make the river rise a bit, but more to the point, it's very, very coloured, very murky now. So I'm going to have to change tactics again, improvise, dig into my equipment box and fish something static on the bottom where something at least has half a chance of finding it.
A predator won't see my bait, but I'm using rotten fish, so it will smell it. I take my place in the middle of this playground of gods and spirits. I can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched.
Yeah, that could have been a knot. Something actually knocked the line then. It could have been a fish. It might have just been shifting in the current. There's a very turbulent sort of whirlpool down there.
Was my leap of faith at the temple enough to let me finally catch the sereng?
Yeah. I think that is something. Yeah. gone, wherever it was.
135-pound line sliced clean through on a rock. I've never seen anything like it.
That was a fish, and that took moments after the bait was in the water. I think the bait was actually in a shallowish bit of rock. It bumped down into the depths, and then there was a real knock, 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 and then the line tightened, and there was a real weight on the end. So that was a sizable fish. I was really leaning into that, and that's a fish gone.
After all my travelling, planning and weeks of fishing, maybe I've finally met my match.
That could be the net result of my return to India, a broken line.
Perhaps I'm just not worthy of catching an instrument of the gods. Or maybe it's something else. Either way, my battle with this enigma that swims between this world and the next, and through holiness to violence, is far from over. It took me 25 years to catch my monster goonch, and the same time to land that Goliath tigerfish.
Ah, those teeth! Oh.
Some river monsters are worth the wait. I'm Jeremy Wade, extreme angler and freshwater detective. I've been hearing stories of a shadowy predator hiding in an Australian river that's thick with deadly flesh eaters. It was only named a few years ago. It's never been filmed, and next to nothing is known about it. And I'm setting out to attempt the near impossible, to catch one. Against 1,000,000 to 1 odds, this journey will expand our knowledge of the freshwater world and turn what I thought I knew about river killers upside down.
Look at that.
Last year, I travelled to Australia's Fitzroy River, one of the most extreme and least explored waterways on the planet, and one renowned for its man-eaters. I discovered that 2 of its most impressive predators were interlopers swimming in from the sea.
Yeah, something on there.
One looked murderous.
Oh, it's a swordfish.
But it's a gentle giant. The other is a known killer, the bull shark. But I also heard rumours of another predator swimming in from the open ocean. One so elusive, it was only discovered 10 years ago. So mysterious that next to nothing is known about it, and so rare that only a handful have ever been caught. The Glyphis shark. More people have walked on the moon than have caught this fish on rod and line, but I've not been able to forget about it. So I've come back to Western Australia to see if I can catch this very rare fish and find out if it's a potential killer. I start by meeting up with an old contact. American fish scientist Jeff Whitty works on the Fitzroy.
How's it going?
I've fished with him before, and he's one of the few people to have ever seen a glyphis. What can Jeff tell me about the fish I'm here to catch?
They're a pretty rare shark. They were only discovered here in Western Australia in like 2002. So since then we've caught very few, know very little about this fish.
Fewer than 20 glyphis river sharks have ever been caught from just a handful of rivers in Australia and New Guinea. No full-grown adults have ever been recorded, but they are thought to grow over 9 feet long. Beyond that, their range, population size and behaviour are shrouded in mystery. and no one knows just how dangerous these fish are. That's where I come in.
Any chance of one of these things picking a bait up?
Likelihood, very rare species, even so much that they're listed as critically endangered. Oh, there's always a chance. That's fun about fishing. There's always a chance, but it's a rare chance.
If I do manage to get one in the next few days, presumably that's going to be quite a significant addition to, the data.
Very few have been caught in Western Australia, period. So increasing that sample size by even one would be a massive contribution.
I'm trying to catch a fish that few people have ever seen in a river that runs for nearly 300 miles, and I have just 2 weeks to do it. I must be crazy. On my last trip, I learned that the Fitzroy draws some fish in from the sea. Both bull sharks and sawfish use its waters as a place to give birth to their live young.
Well, this is probably about a year old. There have to be breeding size adults around.
It's possible the glyphis does the same. That gives me something to go on. The Fitzroy runs through one of the world's last great wild places, isolated, undisturbed, and hostile. It's said there are so many flesh eaters in the water that when people go missing, their bodies are never found. And I've heard of one unsolved attack that might just add the glyphis to this list of hostile river monsters. It was a summer evening at the height of a heat wave. A young man came down to the river to cool off. Just a few yards out, he felt something tear into his flesh. He dragged himself back to shore, where he saw a savage gash in his thigh. I'm told the victim survived, but his attacker has never been identified. It sounds like the work of a freshwater shark, and the glyphis I've come to catch might just be a suspect. From the chopper, I map out the best-looking fishing holes, the danger zones, and the escape routes. Because as soon as I hit the ground, I'm fishing many miles from the nearest hospital. I need to stay out of range of the killers I can see and the hidden predators I can't. I'm using dead fish bait, a large hook, and a wire trace, perfect for toothy hunters in muddy water.
It's a fish, I think. What is it? Oh, that is a crab. That is a crab.
The bottom rung on the flesh-eating ladder, these river crabs clean up anything the larger predators miss.
So, that's what they do. I mean, you're left fishing with no bait.
But they're not the only technical challenge.
This fishing is actually very problematical. There's all this stuff on the top of the water catching my line. There's rubbish on the bottom as well. I'm just getting snagged up, losing so much stuff.
Anywhere else in the world, I'd get in to retrieve my gear. But here, it's too risky.
Just getting a bait in position where it's likely to intercept something more interesting is really quite a challenge.
any fish living in this predator's soup needs to be constantly alert.
The bait is gone.
And when they're all watching their backs, they're harder to catch.
This is going out.
But the next morning, something at last lets its guard down.
I'll let it play with it a bit more. It seems to be quite hesitant. Okay, I'm going to hit this. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's a shark, is it? It's a bull shark. It's a bull shark. All right.
Nearly 50 miles from the sea, I've caught a young version of the ultimate marine predator.
So this is a bull shark up a river, wandering in from the sea, spending part of its life here.
This bull shark, tagged by scientists, has the amazing ability to swim in both salt and fresh water. Physiologically, it's comparable to a person breathing on the moon. I've tracked them down in rivers and lakes across the globe, and I've seen just how deadly they can be. But with the rare glyphis also prowling these waters, the bull shark may not be the only killer fish in this river.
Well, there's the proof that there are bull sharks in these rivers, and I have to say, until I'm convinced otherwise, that remains my #1 suspect for any shark attack in a river.
To the untrained eye, the bull shark and the glyphis are very easy to confuse. It's just possible that the bull shark may have been taking the rap for glyphis attacks. Encouraged by my first shark catch, I keep on fishing in the hope of encountering a glyphis.
Still there? Still there, I think. Right, pulling down.
But this one's not any kind of shark.
It's all good. So this is a surprise catch. This is a golden threadfin salmon, they call it. I mean, it does look a little bit salmon-like, but it's got these weird sort of tentacles coming out of its sort of neck area. Those are apparently a bit like a catfish's whiskers. You can see how that would have engulfed quite a large fish. Very good eating apparently, but this isn't a particularly big one, so I'll pop this one back before it gets too annoyed with me.
There's quite clearly no shortage of prey in this killer river.
Yes. Oh, look at that.
But anything living here has to learn self-defense.
It's a mud crab. Just looking at this, it makes the point that if you're living in this water here, you've got to have some serious armour plating and a little bit of weaponry as well to go with that.
Undeterred, I continue with my quest. And it isn't long before I get another bite.
I think there's something there. Yeah.
But it's just a small catfish. More of a nuisance than a catch.
I quite like catching catfish sometimes, but not particularly these catfish. They're small, and they've got these sharp spines on their pectoral fins. They're quite, they're flapping around. They're hard to handle. You get pronged by one of those, it's quite painful.
After an encouraging start, my luck is just not in.
Oh, it's actually off.
I simply don't have enough knowledge about these mysterious waterways. I know from experience that the best way to gather information is to seek the advice of the locals. So I travel further upriver, into a series of gorges that have been home to Aboriginal Australians for tens of thousands of years. They have an intimate knowledge of local plants and animals, and on my last visit, Mary Aitken, an expert fisherwoman, was instrumental in my quest for the sawfish. Local legends are full of references to this monster, but can this ancient culture tell me anything about the glyphis?
In this This year we haven't had rain yet, you
Right.
know, but they are in the water and they're really big.
There are sharks here, but Mary tells me they're all bull sharks.
So have you caught any big ones here?
This year we have. It's the same like barramundi. When you try to pull a barra in, you sort of slacken your line, let it run, and then when it slows down, then you pull your line in.
Yeah, yeah.
Out here, the term bull shark could mean any shark swimming in a river. And given that glyphis and bull sharks look very similar, I need to take a closer look at exactly what's swimming in these waters.
Still there. Okay, that's coming in.
It's not a bull shark or a glyphis. This predator is a barramundi.
Here we go, this is a barramundi. No, it's quite strange for me because it's actually just like a Nile perch. They don't go quite as big as Nile perch, but very uncanny, their resemblance, same family. It's picked up a big dead mullet off the bottom in the middle of the night.
Barramundi have sandpaper teeth, which makes them unlikely to injure people.
Yeah, that was not the one that I'm actually after.
But I don't want to push my luck in this spot, because a predator even deadlier than a shark is on patrol. A saltwater crocodile. I'm careful to set up camp well back from the water's edge. The next morning, I get a visit from a local guide. He's been told I'm here and has a story that suggests I'm not being careful enough.
Yeah. Oh, just camping on the Pentecost River, and just decided to come out and attack us in the second night.
Dan Duncan and his girlfriend Sonia were on a fishing trip in the outback. Aware of the danger from crocodiles, they too pitched their tent well away from the water. But on this night, distance was no protection.
And was there all night, obviously, to about 3 o'clock until he decided to do something.
Somehow Dan's girlfriend managed to avoid the crocodile's jaws and escape, leaving Dan tangled in the tent and fighting for his life.
My arm was stuck with him and I was going over and he was slowly dragging me back towards the river. Luckily at the last minute he started to roll the other way and I unrolled my arm and I got out and he just slid into the river. People say you can stick your fingers in their eyes and stuff. It doesn't really work, you know. They pretty much, if a croc's got you and he's dedicated, and I don't think you're going to get away. Especially in that river. If he had to pull me down there, that's it.
To stay safe out here, I'm going to need eyes in the back of my head. But the croc story has got me thinking about teeth and bite marks. Whatever attacked that man in the river may have left an identifiable mark. Teeth marks are often the calling card large predators leave behind. I need to dig up reports on the attack to look for some kind of dental signature. Even in the outback, satellite technology provides exactly what I'm looking for. Pictures of the injuries.
Now Now these are closely spaced, sharp cuts.
Distinctive wounds that instantly eliminate one possible suspect.
Crocodiles have teeth that are much larger and blunter, and they rely on biting force rather than sharp edges.
They leave heavier, wider spaced holes that look nothing like the wounds in question. So what about the bull shark? I've seen their bites before. In one case, a prize racehorse was being exercised in Australia's Brisbane River when it was attacked by a bull shark. Experts instantly recognized its unique signature. Its triangular upper teeth leave an arc of clean cuts, unlike any other bite. One glance at the more messy tears of this new attack shows these bites are nothing like those of the bull shark. And as the obvious suspects are eliminated, I could be looking at the first known victim of the glyphis shark. I head back downstream to another shark hotspot, where Jeff Whitty's team of fish scientists are working on their survey.
Recently, we've been going up to Fitzroy Crossing, Geeky Gorge. We haven't done much sampling in this area.
For maximum coverage, they're setting gill nets across the width of the channel. I want to keep an eye on what they're catching and also try my chances on a rod and line. My bait has been stolen, but the scientists are having better luck.
So you're bringing the net in, so there's something in it?
They want me to help from the shore. There could be anything in there. A shark, a stingray, or something bigger.
We're going to try and flip them over.
It's one of the strangest and deadliest looking fish in the world. The sawfish.
Right. We just turned it on its back. This is some fish, you turn them on their back, it calms them down a little bit. This is an impressive sized animal, and I mean, you know, look at the business end on that.
It's not a glyphis. And although it's well armed, this can't be the attacker I'm looking for.
Although the body looks a bit shark-like, if you go back from the rostrum. It has got teeth, but they're small and they're flat and they're blunt, and I can quite easily put my hand in there, no danger at all, completely unmarked.
Thrashing around in a net, the sawfish might look like a deadly weapon, but there are no records of this fish deliberately attacking a person.
You really see why populations of sawfish around the world have plummeted. I mean, these things are just so vulnerable to nets. If you're a commercial fisherman, time is money. You're not going to spend time disentangling it, then put it back in the water when it's probably going to swim straight back into your net again. You know, a lump of wood, it makes sense for the fisherman. This is a very, very rare place to actually find, you know, a semi-healthy population of them. Just putting a tag in now. Going to make a hole, small hole in the dorsal fin, and what that also does, it provides a tissue sample for DNA analysis, but then the tag goes in, it's got a number on it, so if this fish is recaptured, it'll tell something about the movement of it, but also growth rates, so a lot of information comes from tags. There we go. I named this fish 1178.
First the bull shark, and now the sawfish. I've seen 2 of this river's 3 marine trespassers. The very rare glyphis still eludes me. But one of the scientists on this team may be able to get me closer to finding one. Dr. Dave Morgan holds a unique distinction. He's the only person I know to have caught a glyphis on rod and line.
That's the rig, that's the glyphis stick, that one. That was the one that caught the first glyphis that we know of. Right. So I was the first one recorded anyway. Since then, I think the count's up to about 18 or 20, so somewhere around there. It's still rare, and that's with a lot of effort. So
Yes,
that's
yeah.
A fair amount of effort in chasing it.
A normal angler might mistake a glyphis for a bull shark, but Dave knows his sharks.
Look like a standard sort of shark form, but a lot more well developed. And that's obviously living in this sort of water. You need to have good sensory ability. Light doesn't penetrate more than half a metre in here, so it's just night time always. They don't really need their eyes. So.
Any idea what they might grow to?
The biggest reported is about 2.5 metres, so. But you've got to assume that they probably get to 3 metres, so a 10-foot animal.
It could be potentially dangerous?
Yeah, they probably are a danger. Because they're not going to know what you are. I mean, they can't see you, for one thing, so it'll just be an impulse strike. Then they come back for more if they like it.
Impulse strike. It's the perfect description of the attack I'm investigating. In the murky river water, whatever bit the swimmer couldn't see what it was biting. To help me find the culprit, I need to make a detour out to sea. So what better place to start than some of the sharkiest waters on Earth, 2 miles off the coast.
A bit of scent to bring the sharks in.
The high seas are normally off my radar, but there's a theory that this is the home of the adult glyphis, which has never before been caught. With a large hook through a pound of dead fish, I'm ready to brush up on my shark fishing skills. Straight away, I'm into a shark.
He's just turned up. It's coming up. There's a shark. I've just seen the fin, yeah. Yeah, I just saw a sort of blue-grey shape screaming off to the left there. And there was a shark, jumped out of the water, and then just a frenzy. And I think this leader here just basically got caught in the crossfire. Something just swam into it with its mouth open, and that was that.
A thick wire trace protects against the shark's teeth. But it's so thick with sharks out here that another one has sliced my line above the wire. My first lesson, grab a heavier rig. And don't let this one get away.
I'm right near the other part of the strap. Right, the only thing now is that I'm actually attached physically to the rod.
If the rod goes down, I go down with it.
The fish just hanging deep, and it's a sort of a stalemate, I think. I'm bringing in a bit of line, and then a bit of line goes out. You see the fish, see the fish, see the fish.
It's a shark, but as I get it to the surface,
Look at that, look at that!
It's got other ideas.
It's going down, just going straight down. Down, straight down, straight down. That's a kick of the head. Oh, tennis knife.
Steve has literally got my back to stop me going down with it.
This is shaping up possibly to be a bit of an epic. The shark is one of the few fish that actually does weigh something in the water. You could have a dead shark on the end and you'd still have trouble getting it in. Oh.
But at last, the beast is tamed.
So this is a Requiem whaler shark, very solid, strong, deep-bodied fish, big fins, and looking at the business end of this, you definitely wouldn't want to be investigated by this animal if you were in the water. But this is where you expect to find them. You don't normally find fish like this in rivers.
But I'm not looking for a normal fish.
I was just trying to catch bait on this small rod here. and a shark has just grabbed my head on the end.
Adult glyphis may live out here, but I'm starting to see why none have been caught. There are so many other sharks beating them to the bait.
But this water here, absolutely full of sharks, full of them. Yep, in.
Battling shark after shark.
Quite a war of attrition.
I'm taking a beating.
That's an hour. An hour.
This trip to sea has allowed me to refocus my approach. Any shark swimming into the Fitzroy from the ocean must pass through King's Sound. And that's where I'm heading now. But King's Sound has its own extreme hazards. This estuary has one of the largest and most dangerous tides on the planet. Twice a day, this water thick with mud can rise and fall by up to 30 feet. Boats ground on the shifting sands or get washed out to sea by the vicious currents. It's suicide to get in the water, and it can be lethal even to sail on it. I'm putting my faith in a strong hook, a heavy wire trace, and fresh fish bait. If there is a glyphis down there, I'm ready for it.
There goes the thing. Bloody hell. It's hanging. Mystery fish, just saw a flash of grey. That sort of explosion and rapid change of direction, that's interesting. How close to the surface? Yeah, it's a whip ray, long.
It's not a glyphis, but a close relative of sharks.
Well, it's a whip ray. Bite-wise, nothing really going on there. They do have teeth, but they're not cutting teeth, they're just flat and blunt.
With rays, it's not the teeth you have to worry about. I caught a giant freshwater stingray in Thailand. The barb on its tail 10 inches long, covered in thick toxic mucus and capable of inflicting horrific wounds. This ray is smaller, but just as deadly.
Very wicked spine on the tail there, covered in this toxic venom. Well, we don't want that thing in the boat. The thing about the tide moving up and down is that the current patterns change. The fish are probably going to be on the move. What the water's doing is quite dynamic, and we need to follow suit.
Although it looks calm on the surface, the currents are running up to 10 knots. And with the sands constantly shifting, suddenly the river has become a minefield.
Can we get through this?
It is very shallow. I'm not sure that we will. If we ground in current this quick, it could roll the boat. I'm going to have to get out of here pretty quick. It's really shallowing fast. If we touch, we're in trouble.
One mistake, and we're in the water with the crocs and the sharks. Skipper Andrew gets us out of trouble, but it's game over for today. These conditions are starting to worry me.
Getting out on the boat is no problem, the fishing is no problem. What's the problem is getting back. Today it was really hairy, and if it stays like this, actually, going out tomorrow might not be safe.
The odds of catching this very rare fish were already stacked against me. These tides have pushed the odds off the scale, but they might hold a clue to the attack I'm investigating. The next morning dawns calm. We get back out onto the Sound and into a good spot before the tide starts running. The scientists are also here, and Jeff is preparing his nets.
Morning.
Hey, how's it going?
All right, you're just waiting for the tide, yeah?
Yeah.
If I catch a shark, I want to be sure I'm identifying it correctly. I don't want to miss a glyphis.
So you optimistic for today?
I'm always optimistic.
Now, if I go and put out a line and I get something which looks a bit like a bull shark, how will I know if it is a glyphis?
A couple key features is the eye. It's really small, especially smaller than a bull shark.
Yeah.
In addition, you got the dorsal fins. Unlike a bull shark, the second dorsal fin on a glyphis is much larger.
So it's a bit like a bull shark, but but not quite.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, the reason they're mostly confused with bull sharks is because they both occupy the same habitat, this really murky, muddy waters. So, yeah, we're at that have a little luck on our side.
I leave Jeff and his crew on the nets. My challenge is to get a bait to hold the bottom in the swirling currents.
What we've done is we've tucked into a little eddy so that the main push is going there about sort of 15 yards out, but we got a back eddy and some still water here, which is exactly the kind of place that anything on the bottom is expecting to find food.
Zero visibility in the muddy water means I'm relying on the shark's acute sense of smell to home in on my fishy bait.
I think there's something there. Yeah. I've got a fish. It's small, but it might be interesting. Oh, it's a shark, it's a shark. Spiky teeth on the lower jaw.
I now see for myself just how difficult it is to identify these juveniles.
You know, I'm thinking it. I reckon it is. You know, let's go, Jeff.
But straight away, Jeff dashes my hopes.
So you can see here already it's not a glyphis. It's relatively big eye compared to what a glyphis would be.
Okay. So I was a bit excited then, but getting it out and then having a good look at it, it's definitely not. Okay. Do you know what it is?
The two suspects that I have in mind are the milk shark and the creek whaler.
But both of these sharks are saltwater species, which means this shouldn't really be here.
So I mean, if it's not a bull shark and it's not a glyphis, so what's it doing in a river?
These large tides that are pushing up, this freshwater becomes more saltwater.
So you've got marine creatures that are on the edge of their domain perhaps, and as that boundary moves, they move with it, and if that means going inland, they could end up inland as well.
Yeah, most definitely.
It's still not my glyphis, but this unexpected catch blows my attack investigation wide open. It shows that on Western Australia's extreme tides, ocean predators can find their way some distance inland, with a whole range of new victims to prey on. What I've learned at King's Sound leads me to do some tidal investigation of my own. I visit the site of the attack. Because of its position 2 miles inland, I had ruled out any possibility of this part of the river supporting anything other than freshwater predators.
Although the water here is fresh now, I've discovered that in the period immediately prior to the attack, the weather was exceptionally hot and dry. And when you get less rainfall feeding into a river, the boundary between the salt water and the fresh water shifts inland. And with the sea only a couple of miles in that direction, the water here at that time was likely very salty.
Collating my notes on everything I've learnt, I'm faced with an undeniable fact. Everything now points to a much wider list of suspects than I at first thought. So was the shark that attacked the swimmer in the river not a glyphis, but a shark you'd normally only find at sea? I need to revisit that bite mark, the criminal's fingerprint. So I've come to a nearby archive, hoping that a bit of old-fashioned research might reveal the last piece of the puzzle. Just as bull shark teeth produce a unique signature, so too do other sharks. And now that I know that other sharks are entering rivers like the Fitzroy, I can perhaps match these ragged bite marks to a culprit.
This is a mako shark, and the teeth here are very different. They're not going to make a clean cut, they're just going to make holes, make a mess.
The mako has carried out over 40 reported attacks in the last 60 years. It's a known killer. And it looks like a mako made it upriver, because these marks look like those left by a mako's jaws. The attack mystery may be solved, but my mission is far from over, because I still have to catch a glyphis. And the enormity of this challenge is beginning to sink in.
Just 20 of these animals have been caught here in the last 10 years or so, and most of those have been taken in nets. So what I propose to do could actually be harder than looking for a needle in a haystack. Add to that the fact that this immense area of water has some of the biggest, most dangerous tides anywhere in the world, and it really is starting to sound like a pretty crazy undertaking.
Attempting to catch what might be the planet's rarest shark on possibly the world's most dangerous river, have I finally bitten off more than I can chew? Tide and sands are constantly shifting in the minefield of the estuary. But we push through to find shelter in a pocket of slack water. With 3 lines out, now it's just a waiting game.
And just waiting for something moving around in this very dark environment to sniff, sense what's on the end of the line. It's a shark. It's a shark. Yeah. Yeah, it's that might even be a glyphis.
It's the right shape and the right colour.
I know now from talking with Jeff this is not a glyphis because this second dorsal fin here is small. On a glyphis that is much bigger. That's going to be at least half the size of the main dorsal fin. This is a bull shark, but first glimpse breaking the surface, you just never know.
It's the wrong shark again. But before I get another bait out, the scientists call me over to take a look at the surprise they've pulled in.
It's a hammerhead shark. Well, actually this one is called a winghead. I mean, look at the width of that head. I mean, it is like some kind of underwater aircraft in a way. I've not caught a hammerhead before. So, I mean, this is an impressive, very strange looking beast. But I think what this really brings home is that the estuary here is just full of predators.
Another marine hunter following in the salty tides. But the more predators there are down there, the lower my chances of hooking the one I'm after. The tide has turned and the fishing is slowing down. Maybe I'm kidding myself to think I can catch the glyphis when fewer than 10 have ever been recorded on rod and line. But something has picked up my bait.
Maybe. Yeah, that is, I think.
It's running. Is this at last what I've come to catch?
Yeah, that's something. Lively. Coming up.
It's a shark, but it's far from caught. Because it's foul hooked, with the hook just nicked in its fin.
You can probably tail this.
It could break free any second. We just have to grab it.
Where's it gonna go? Look at that. That's okay, it's okay. Okay, hold there, that's good.
Suddenly, silence. Because everyone on the boat realizes this is something special.
Is this a positive idea on this then?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, fantastic.
It's the first time this species has ever been filmed. I've landed bigger river monsters, but none more rare.
This is a glyphis river shark, very rare species. We've got a real positive idea on this. The shape of the notch just in front of the tail and also the anal fin. First one caught on camera. Important to get it back now.
You can count the people who have landed one of these on the fingers of one hand.
1, 2, 2.
But we need to work fast. This shark is so rare, we're only permitted to handle it for 60 seconds. So is it a killer? It's a powerful predator with super senses and all the right weaponry. But we've only just learned this shark even exists. And as yet, we don't know enough about its behavior or how large it grows to make that call.
You always get that feeling of disbelief when you put the fish back, but I think with this particular one, more so than normal. And the trouble is, because it's a fish that there have been so few caught, we just had to get it back in the water quickly.
This journey has shaken my assumptions about where the marine world ends and my freshwater world begins. I've added the glyphis to the very short list of fish that swim in both. But can I also add it to my list of dangerous river monsters? The jury is still out.
I mean, this fish here, people didn't know it's here 10 years ago. So it just underlines for me the fact that what's under the water, it is still, even in the 21st century, just full of mystery.
In southern Africa, there are rumours of a deadly fish. It lurks unseen in the eerie waters of the Okavango Delta.
There are large animals under the water making these really shake.
A killer with shark-like teeth. There are stories of it hunting in packs.
They are killing machines.
Feeding in frenzies on schooling fish.
This is just incredible.
And even on drowning humans.
It's the most brutal thing you'll ever witness.
It sounds like the work of giant South American piranhas. But there's nothing like that here in Africa. Or is there? My name is Jeremy Wade.
Fish on!
And my mission is to enter this mysterious world, to track down and catch this murderous river monster.
I recently heard a story about a small ferry that overturned on a river in southern Africa.
The boat was old and overloaded with cargo and passengers. When it started taking in water, the children panicked and the boat flipped. Apparently there were no survivors, and rumours circulated that the victims didn't just drown, they were attacked.
When the bodies were recovered, they were found to be partially eaten. People at the time said that the victims had been eaten by fish.
Official accounts, however, said it couldn't have been fish. Larger predators must have been responsible. Crocodiles and other killers live here in abundance, but the locals are convinced that the size and number of bite marks couldn't have been the work of these usual suspects.
So could those original accounts have been correct? Could there be a pack-hunting fish similar to a piranha living in southern Africa? It sounds hard to believe, but I've heard equally fantastical stories in the past that have turned out to be true.
Like a man swallowed whole by a giant fish. A bus crash where passengers were devoured by piranhas. And fishermen having their genitals mutilated by an underwater hunter. So even though I've caught my share of monsters in Africa, I've never come across a piranha-style killer. But I have learnt that fishermen's tales shouldn't be ignored. So I'm off to investigate a river system that's said to be the home of this killer, to see if I can figure out what it is, and then catch it. But I've never been in this region before, so I'm not sure what to expect.
I'm in the Okavango Delta in southern Africa, where I'm hoping to come face to face with the river monster that mutilated the people on that ferry. This place is known as the Jewel of the Kalahari. It's a miraculous oasis of life in the midst of one of the world's harshest deserts.
Each year, the rains in Angola flow down through Namibia, eventually flooding nearly 6,000 square miles of land with over 380 billion cubic feet of water, creating the Okavango Delta. Over a period of months, it slowly recedes, but the water that remains attracts life from miles around. It's also the focus of human activity, and where humans and animals are forced together, conflict is inevitable. Out on the water for the first time, it's unfamiliar territory to me. A claustrophobic labyrinth of channels. I could easily lose my way around here. I begin my investigation by trying to connect with the locals to find out what they know about the river's dangerous occupants. I stop to chat with a group of reed collectors, and they mention a familiar selection of suspects.
So it's the crocodiles and the hippopotamuses in the water.
Yeah,
Right.
they're dangerous.
Yeah. And this is really, it's the same story you get in lots of other parts of Africa. The water's dangerous, and the thing you just hear over and over again, it's crocodiles, hippopotamuses.
As these two killers are so brutal and visible, people just assume they are the culprits in every unexplained death on the water. But I think it's possible there is a pack-hunting killer fish down there, responsible for some of these brutal deaths, including the ferry victims. I hook up with some fishermen to see what they're catching.
It's very clear. This is a very rich water. Lots of these things in here. Tilapia. This is the staple food source for sub-Saharan Africa in terms of fish. And there are lots of them. They're nice fish, but nice looking fish, but also very tasty. But I think I can bet that it's not only people that are going to be enjoying these. There's going to be other fish in here as well with teeth feeding on these. This water is bound to have predators in.
I ask if there's anything that fits the description of a toothy pack hunter, and they tell me to find an English-speaking fisherman named Clifford who was attacked by a fish.
The fish wriggled. I tried to grab the fish, but I hit it in the teeth with my hand, and it closed up.
And is this the mark here?
Yes.
Wow.
I had 14 stitches. My thumb is no longer functioning.
So what is the name of this fish that bit you?
Ngwesh.
Ngwesh. And this is the thing with fish names, and the reason we have scientific names is that everybody knows what everybody's talking about. This is not a name I've heard before. It's clearly a predator. It's toothy. I'm actually quite used to seeing piranha bites on fishermen in the Amazon, and you're normally talking there something small, something maybe at the most an inch across. This is, we're talking 2.5, 3 inches across, and it's got a sort of almost a sort of a triangular profile, but to inflict a wound like that, it's got to have very, very sharp teeth. And this was a couple of years ago, and it's just left a permanent scar. Can you describe the fish that did this? What does it look like? What's the mouth like? What is the body like?
It's a long fish with sharp teeth and with stripes. The teeth, they are closed.
They interlock. Are there a lot of them in the water here? Is it something you see very much?
During the month of January, February, the water is clear. You see schools of them, lots of them.
So the pictures that it's emerging is not a solitary hunter. This is something that lives in packs. Clifford described the way the teeth work, they interlock. That's quite piranha-like. The fact that they're in packs, that's also quite piranha-like, but this is the wrong continent, and to my knowledge there's nothing piranha-like in Africa, but this actually sounds something very similar, but possibly something even more dramatic because the fish are bigger. The individuals can inflict more vicious wounds. If this Ngwesh is a toothy piranha-style pack killer, then it could be the monster at the heart of that ferry incident. I need to figure out what it is, and to do that, I need to catch one.
I'm after a predator, a meat eater, so I've got a piece of steak here, quite bloody, the kind of thing that piranhas would tear to shreds. So quite a big hook, and because what I'm after has probably got teeth, I'm not using just line next to the hook because that would just be sliced through. This is wire. This is like 80, 90 pound breaking strain wire.
Within seconds of my bait hitting the water, it's getting some interest. Could I already have hooked the river monster of the Okavango?
Fish on! This is a strong fish. Glimpse of that, glimpse of that. I think it's some kind of catfish. Wow. Ah! It's clamping down, it's clamping down.
It's a sharp-toothed catfish, and it's got some powerful jaws.
Ah! That's the hook out, which is nice. So this is a very voracious meat-eating predator.
There are teeth in there. They drew blood on my hands, but they're small teeth. These could certainly make short work of a human corpse, but the look of that corpse, it would be very different from a body that's been bitten. So this is actually not what I'm after, and that's quite a thought. There's something else down here, which is even more fearsome than this. I head back to the village. I need some more local knowledge if I'm going to get to the bottom of this mystery.
Can you just tell me how much?
People tell me the ungwesh is difficult and dangerous to catch. But once again, it's the large, visible predators they talk about most. And when you see injuries like these, you can understand why. Can you tell me what it was that happened to you? So these are injuries caused by crocodiles. Both mother and daughter were in the water collecting water lily bulbs. A crocodile under the water, unseen, grabbed the daughter's left hand. Daughter obviously cries out. Mother comes to help and actually attacked the crocodile with the sickle. The crocodile let go of the daughter, went away just a few yards, but then came back and grabbed daughter's other arm, broke that, and then went after the mother and grabbed one of her arms. The crocodile actually had the mother's arm. Was feeding on this, and then the mother was able to, with her remaining arm, gather her daughter and take her where they were safe. I have to say that hearing how dangerous crocodiles are is one thing, but actually seeing the evidence really underlines for me just how potentially dangerous these waters are. But the villagers believe there is a man here who can help protect them. The witch doctor. He doesn't look as I expected, but I'm told he's a very powerful healer with an extensive knowledge of the fish in these waters, as some of them have dark powers that affect his medicine. He's listed 4 fish, something called the mpakibitu, nyeru, tuni, which I think is also known as the barbel or the catfish, and then here again is this fish called the ngwesh. So do different fish have different powers?
So the
mpakibitu, if he eats this fish, it undoes any good effect that he's trying to bring about. And the catfish is somewhat more dramatic. He said if he eats catfish and somebody comes to him who's ill, that person will die slowly, bleeding from the ears. So the ngwesh is the most powerful fish. If he has eaten the ngwesh, he says the illness will multiply. It will become much stronger than it was in the first place. And for this reason, he doesn't eat ngwesh, he doesn't even touch it, he doesn't even allow it inside his compound. I know you don't touch them, but is there any fishermen in the village, anybody here who could show me one? Okay, so he says his daughter, not in here, but if I go outside, his daughter has got something that she can show me. His daughter brings me what she calls the ngwesh, but it's not quite what I was hoping for. So these are the teeth of the ngwesh. I'll tell you what struck me first of all. It wasn't so much this; it was his reaction. He visibly backed away. I mean, it's not just talk. These are definitely, powerful in his belief. Didn't want to be anywhere near them. They look almost shark-like, these teeth. They've sort of crumbled a little bit, but I can tell that they are very, very sharp. But I'm still no nearer visualizing what the entire creature is like. It's a tangible clue, though. And that evening, as I watch the villagers prepare for a blessing ceremony, I feel I'm getting closer to revealing its identity. But when the witch doctor reappears, unrecognizable in his ceremonial attire, I realize I'm a long way from understanding this place. He seems to exist on the cusp of another world, and within minutes, he's worked the women into a frenzy.
Talk about a transformation, a serious man I was talking to, and then just suddenly this dancing, just ball of energy, incredible.
The witch doctor's transformation is not the only surprise of the evening. The ladies bring out their baskets, which they use for fishing in the shallows. But they also ask me to bring out my fishing rod.
So I sit here? Okay.
Suddenly, I'm at the center of their ritual.
Dragged into the middle of proceedings here. The women are actually getting their fishing baskets blessed. And I've sort of been snuck into their number, maybe to give me a little bit of protection, good fortune, in my quest to find out about this fish, the ungwesh.
They seem to feel that if I'm going after the ungwesh, that I'm going to need all the help I can get. Something changes in me, though, and soon I'm swept up in the ceremony, dancing beside them in a way that not even I recognize. Then, as quickly as it started, the ceremony ends.
I can't say that I totally followed everything that was going on there, but essentially the women were given blessing and protection for their basket fishing, and the fact that I was included in that means that I now have some degree of protection in this unfamiliar environment for me. So what I've got to go and do now is look beneath the surface of the aquatic life here and lay my hands on this creature that I'm looking for.
The next morning, I go with the women basket fishing. I find it's often by integrating yourself within the community that the best information comes out.
Any fish? While I'm doing this, looking for fish, concentrating on what's in the basket, I'm very aware that around me you've got water lilies, and this is exactly what the mother and daughter were collecting when they were attacked by the crocodile. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I've two fish.
Two fish?
Yeah. You have some? Oh, yeah, one, nothing, 1, 2. I'm in the lead so far. How many? No, 2. No, 4, 3, 4. I think I have the biggest one. I've got the biggest one here.
This process is a great opportunity to see more of the fish that make up the food chain here in the Okavango and a prey for larger predators.
That's a river monster. Very small fish coming out, mostly a couple of inches, 2-3 inches, but quite a few of them. But they're all hiding in this quite thick vegetation where they think they're safe until they're herded out into what they think is going to be open water, but there's baskets in the way. I have to say, it's very nice to get back to the basics of fishing. Probably this kind of fishing has been going on for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and you're talking about just simple materials and a bit of human cooperation and ingenuity. And there we are, there's the fish. Where do I... Oh, it nearly got away,
From reed collectors and the witch doctor's blessing to these ladies using papyrus baskets, fishing and its many elements are an ancient and all-consuming way of life here.
It's actually an impressive catch. There's lots of different types of fish there. They're not big, but there are lots of them, lots of fish. But the women are saying that sometimes around here it's possible to find
large concentrations of big fish, very big fish, the water just full of fish. They say that doesn't happen very often, it's hard to find, but the way that I can find that is to look for the birds. The birds, the water birds, will tell me where they are. This is what I was hoping for. A little piece of inside information which could lead me to the killer fish that prowl these waters. So I head out, scanning the horizon for birds. And after a few hours, I find what I'm looking for. There seems to be some excitement. Some of the birds seem to be quite excited behind these reeds here. So we're just going to see if we can go round into this bit of a backwater and just see what's causing that. These must be the water birds that the ladies spoke of, but I can't quite get to where they are. Very frustrating. I can't see what's going on, but there's every now and again there's a loud sort of slapping, popping sound. And I think there's something very dramatic going on under the water, but I just can't get to it. I try to force my way into the reeds to see if I can glimpse what's causing this commotion. Bubbles in the water. These reeds are shaking. Some quite large animals under the water making these reeds really shake. Could this be a pack of river monsters at work? Some of these lilies shaking, and there's a few leftover birds, but there's a sense that the action has just moved on. It's very frustrating. I got to the edge of it. I saw the shaking reeds. I couldn't really see what was responsible, but there's something under the water. It just appeared like a large collection of predatory creatures in the water, but they move. They're very elusive. Very mysterious, very frustrating. I really want to get to the bottom of this. Unfortunately, the reeds are too dense to follow the action. Then I realise I'm not alone. So there's people in here as well. They obviously know what's going on, or certainly have a better idea than I do. But she's just disappeared in a very thin channel there between the weeds. I don't think there's any way in this I'm going to go after. But some sort of secret things going on here that I would really like to know more about. The next day, I'm privileged to join a 71-year-old village elder named Duba. He spent his life on these waters. I'm hoping he can help me unlock the secrets of this reed-filled labyrinth and find the killer fish at its heart. Duba is one of the last San River Bushmen, some of the most ancient people on Earth. They have fished these eerie backwaters for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years, and own the traditional fishing rights. So it's only with Duba's permission that I'm allowed to be here. And without his help, I would never find my way out. We enter a place known as Three Spot Lagoon. Apparently very few people fish here. I'm intrigued to know why. Duba, can you tell me what's different about this place? What happens here?
So
the significance of this place is that traditionally this is where the dead were taken. They were buried up to their necks. Unlike most burials, here the bodies are buried standing upright. It's a strange tradition from my Western perspective, but then everything here seems to have a dark twist to it. The rains would come, the rains would then go away, and the body would be gone, and the people would be transformed into papyrus plants. They believe these floating spirit papyrus protect the lagoons, moving independently against the current to close the channels and trap intruders inside the labyrinth. So if you come here without permission, what happens is that either you're going to find the way into the lagoon blocked by papyrus, you can't get in, you're physically kept out, If you insist on pushing your way through, the papyrus will close behind you and you'll never find your way out. All that will be found eventually is just your empty canoe. Duba, I've been hearing about a fish called ngwesh. Is this a particularly dangerous fish?
Eh, yana hoi tshwara ka bothale o thantula sente le tua o ngwe tshwarela mo tlogela thogo ka ha le meno.
The ngwesh is a fish that is it's very toothy. It's got teeth a bit like a crocodile, very sharp. From my point of view, fishing for them, trying to find them. I've established that this place is a sacred place, a haunted place if you like. But what that also means is it's got a degree of protection. People don't normally come here. So I think while I'm here and while I'm sort of authorised to be here, I could do a lot worse than just put a lure through the water and see if there is anything down there.
In this lagoon, I'm trying a small fishing lure. If the ngwesh is a pack hunter, like the piranha, then a disturbance near the surface is what it might go for.
There's a fish. Whoa! This fish took almost under the rod tip. An indication of how voracious the fish are in this water. I mean, I've got about 4 feet of line out there. I was just about to lift it out of the water, and it grabbed it. And I'm just letting it tire out a bit. I mean, the chances are it's got teeth if it went for that spoon, so I've got bare feet in here. I want it a little bit tired before I try and swing it in the boat. Aye. Beautiful little fish, very toothy. This is actually an African pike, sort of mottled green. The colour's actually wrong, I think, for what I've been hearing about, but if I just compare the teeth with what I was given by the witch doctor, actually the teeth are very different, very different. So, I mean, quite a nice toothy fish to catch this, but I think we can rule this off the suspects list.
So the hunt for the mutilator of the ferry victims continues.
Nice looking fish, but it's not the one I'm after.
I'm working my way through the food chain, but nothing yet matches the description of the ngwesh. We fish a couple more spots, but it's strangely quiet. The heat is intense, and as we move through the lagoon, we approach some of the floating reeds that Duba believes protect these waters.
This looks like a normal papyrus clump to me, but I don't know, this place, and in the hot sun as well, a long day, if you're lost, you know, your mind possibly starts playing tricks. Or maybe it's not playing tricks, maybe there is more going on under the surface than we're aware of.
It's a maze of small channels and inlets, and as we near the lagoon's exit, I spot something unusual in the water.
It's an old canoe here, just upturned by the side of the canal. I've been hearing all these stories about how this is not a good place to come to if you don't have permission, and I have to admit it is quite a spooky place. It's quite easy to dismiss those stories, and then you come across a canoe with no occupant. It just adds to that general air of spookiness. You wonder what happened to the owner of this canoe.
With my suspect list narrowing, I head out again into the main channel, keeping my eye out for flocks of birds. I decide to target a different part of the water column as I systematically zero in on the mystery fish locals call the ngwesh.
Well, this is quite a weighted, heavy lure, heavy head to it there. The idea of this is it goes down to the bottom, which tends to be where the larger fish might be lying. It's got a very enticing sort of wiggly action, and it's just the kind of thing that's going to entice a predatory strike. Let it hit the water, let it sink down, maybe 8 to 10 feet, and then just twitch it. Oh, that was something. Twitch. Twitch. And it's got these trailing sort of tendrils, and it's got this rubbery body and a little rattle as well. And I think if you're a predator, you see a movement,
Yeah, you bite first and you ask questions later. Let's sink. Sink. Let's sink. Let's sink. Twitch. 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 Oh, I thought I felt something there. And twitch. And again. Oh. Twitch. Yeah. Hey! Wow. I think I've just seen what the Ingwesh is. Oh, look at that! Look at that! It comes about 4 feet out of the water. The line sounding like it's in pain, slicing the water. Long and silvery horizontal stripes.
Is this the pack-hunting killer fish I've been searching for?
I think this might actually be the Ingwesh. From everything I've heard, it definitely fits the description. Streamlined fish, silvery colour, horizontal black stripes, and unmistakable, large, sharp, interlocking teeth. And, well, I actually recognise this as a tigerfish. This definitely looks like it's been doing a bit of hunting. That body, although elongated, is quite, it's very full. It's been feeding. And then those teeth, I mean, that is the tooth the witch doctor showed me. I think we've got a positive ID now on this fish for sure.
So I've matched the teeth from the witch doctor and identified the Ingwesh. But is it really a fish that attacks in frenzied packs, like the piranha? I've caught a tigerfish before, the Goliath tigerfish of the Congo.
There we go.
That fish has the size to be a killer.
What a freshwater monster this thing is.
But it works alone. The one I'm after hunts in packs and can potentially bring down several large targets at once. The type of tigerfish I just caught is a relative of the piranha, but it can grow to over 3 feet long, and its average weight is more than 10 times that of a red-bellied piranha. So imagine hordes of these tearing at your flesh. A voracious pack of teeth that, if my hunch is right, could easily have disposed of the ferry victims. But catching one tigerfish doesn't close this case.
Today I caught a fish which I think could be my culprit, the tigerfish. Now, normally tigerfish are considered to be solitary hunters, but although we are thousands of miles away from the Amazon, this is a fish which in fact is related to piranhas. So the stories of them occasionally operating as pack hunters might not be totally out of the question. What I've got to do, though, to prove the case, is to see evidence of that for myself.
To find out more about this type of tigerfish, I meet up with a man who has years of experience catching them. A fishing guide named Yuri Jansen.
People talk a lot about tigerfish being very aggressive. How dangerous do you think they are to people in this river?
The potential is there. We're dealing with a species that is, without a doubt, the most aggressive freshwater species in Africa and possibly worldwide. It's just such an aggressive fish, particularly during the feeding frenzies associated with the catfish run, when tigers get together and shoal and actually feed as a unit rather than individually.
This sounds like the lead I'm after, a spectacular phenomenon that occurs at one specific time of the year here in the Delta, that Yuri believes incites the tigerfish to hunt in packs. It's called the catfish or barbel run, and it occurs when thousands of catfish prey on millions of baitfish. This hunt in turn attracts packs of tigerfish to feed in a predatory frenzy. Maybe this is what was happening in the reeds.
As soon as that noise starts and that the commotion, the splashing and the sucking motion of the catfish and all the jumping baitfish, the tigers are there in seconds. They go into a feeding frenzy with that mouth open and they just chomp. You see bits of fish being thrown up in the air. It's the most brutal thing you'll ever witness from a freshwater species. Tigers naturally are attracted to any activity, whether it be a struggling animal or a struggling human being.
And have you heard any specific stories that illustrate that?
There is one that stands out. One particular incident in a river in South Africa.
At the height of summer, an off-duty game ranger decided to take a quick dip in the river to cool off. A risky decision, even if he thought the area was croc-free. But crocodiles are not the only predators in this water.
It was brutally mauled all around the groin area. The nature of the wounds suggested it was a large tigerfish. He almost bled to death. That just shows the ferocity of the tigerfish, attracted to any kind of movement in water and attacking things that may not resemble their prey.
So another example of a tigerfish attacking a human in open water, but it's still hunting alone. However, these accounts of them feeding in frenzies during the catfish run could be the proof I need that they do work in packs. If I can find a run, my hope is that packs of tigerfish will be going after it. And if they are, it will prove my theory that these toothy killers could be capable of mutilating a boatload of people.
I've been looking for birds, and I've certainly found birds, but these are agitated not because of the presence of anything going on in the water, but there's a snake slithering its way in the direction of their nesting holes.
I take advantage of one of the few high points in the delta and follow the snake up to gain a better perspective of how the barbel run works.
For about half the year, all of that, which you could now walk across, although you wouldn't want to, becomes flooded. It's about chest deep in water and it's full of small fish. Now, as that water drains, all those small fish come closer and closer and eventually they come out into the main water channel. And this is where the barbel, the catfish, lie in ambush and they feast on those small fish.
I head back out, scanning the water for the bird activity that could signal tigerfish on the prowl. But finding a run is not proving to be that easy. It's a natural phenomenon that can appear and then disappear with no apparent warning. After a day on the water with no sign of it, I'm at a loss. So I meet up with ichthyologist John Minshall, an authority on the fish of southern Africa, to see if he can give me any further insights into the nature of the tigerfish.
From your knowledge of tigerfish, is their ferocious reputation deserved?
I would say so, yes. They are killing machines, rather like a shark in the sea. They will attack moving objects in the water. They are ferocious fish. They will go for larger animals that happen to have drowned in the lake. I saw a carcass rocking and rolling, you might say, of a buffalo on the side of the bank, half immersed in water. And there were barbel trying to pull off meat, and there were tigerfish. You could see the tigers going in and hitting the carcass. And I wouldn't like to be in the water when that happens, because it's piranha style.
This sounds like what happened to the ferry victims. The case is building.
What about if you're bathing in the side of the river, washing pots and pans, this kind of thing? Are you at risk from them?
Well, the only time that I've ever experienced anything of that was a youngster had a crucifix around his neck. And while he was swimming, the tigerfish spotted this moving silver object, thought it was a fish, and it attacked. He let out a scream and he was just bleeding from the chest. and it actually sliced his chest open. And he bled like a stuck pig and was taken to hospital.
This incident of the man with the crucifix around his neck reminds me of a story I heard in the Congo about a Goliath tigerfish. A young girl was bathing in the water and the fish was attracted by a belt of shiny bottle caps around her waist.
The Goliath tigerfish attacked, and the little girl was practically bitten in half.
So it appears that the tigerfish in this region has the same reflex to flash and splashing vibration in the water, and on top of that is every bit as aggressive.
And if they really do hunt in packs, their lethal potential is multiplied. As I'm not finding anything at water level, I decide to search for the predatory fish from above.
What I'm looking for is concentrations of birds, because people have told me that is where the predators are going to be.
Flocks of birds typically feed on the bait fish that trigger the run. I'm counting on them to lead me to the action.
Yes, I can see them. I can see the birds. That is where I've got to put my line.
My hope is that, like the birds, packs of tigerfish will be going after the barbel catfish run. This will prove my theory that these toothy killers do hunt together and could be capable of mutilating a boatload of people.
Well, here are the birds, but they're not actually doing anything at the moment. It's like they're waiting for something. It's like they can sense something that I can't. It's actually quite spooky. Something's going to happen. It's not happening yet.
Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the catfish start arriving. An army of them, schooling together to herd thousands of baitfish out of the reeds into open water, where the catfish can feed on them. This is the rare freshwater spectacle I've been hearing about, what I've spent so long searching for. But I'm not here as a spectator.
There are hundreds, if not thousands of these. This is what the barbel run is all about. Oh. Catfish, lots of them.
But the catfish aren't what I'm after. I've been told that all this commotion will draw in the second wave of predators, the tigerfish. And before long, I'm witnessing a real feeding frenzy.
This is just incredible. The amount of activity is just incredible. This is a real phenomenon. Right, gosh. Ah! There are fish there, just holding their open mouths out of the water, presumably just treading water with their tails, and they're just waiting, and the bait fish are flying in the air, so presumably they're just waiting for the fish to land in their mouths. Absolutely incredible. The water is just so full of fish, and just in your ears as well. The sound, it's like the water doesn't just look like it's boiling, it sounds like it. And I've just never seen anything like this before. To see such a sight in fresh water, it's really incredible.
I need to get a bait back in the water, into the middle of this carnage, to finally prove that tigerfish are here hunting in packs.
Fish on. There it is again. Yeah. looks like I'm finally in the eye of the storm. This is not carnage going on behind the reeds or in some sort of marsh where I can't see it. This is right at the river's edge, and the predator's just hammering into the bait fish. And my lure, when it goes in there as well, is getting the same treatment.
I'm hooking one tigerfish after another. This is the proof I'm after.
Well, this is the fish, and the evidence is right behind me. It's in my ears. I mean, just the sound of the feeding frenzy is going on as I hold this fish. So this is not just a solitary hunter. There is a pack of them down there, filling the air with this sound of just frenzied predatory activity.
People think piranhas are scary. Piranhas are just a few inches, maybe a pound, 2 pounds. But fish this size operating in a pack, pretty monstrous thought.
The fact is, if you get a bait in the right place, just these things, one after the other, will just pile into it. And I think without doubt this is a very likely candidate for what put paid to those people in the ferry. So we're not just talking a solitary animal down there, we are talking a pack, we're almost talking a superorganism. The biomass of these in a small volume of water is quite frightening. I mean, piranhas, in comparison, look quite puny. We've got a pack of these things down here.
I've heard first-hand accounts of their raw aggression. I've seen their brutal hardware. And by catching so many in quick succession, I've shown they most definitely hunt in packs. I'm left in no doubt that a frenzy of these mouths could easily have disposed of the ferry victims.
So I think by any definition at all, this thing is a real river monster.
My name is Jeremy Wade. I'm a biologist and extreme angler. I've battled with the most dangerous freshwater fish on Earth. From rays wielding 10-inch barbs to assassins that strip flesh from bone. But for me, the most frightening monsters are the ones that lurk unseen, then drag unsuspecting victims down to their deaths. I've heard of one river in southern Africa where the death toll is devastatingly high. The Zambezi. Tales abound of unexplained deaths. From fishermen being dragged under to babies being snatched from their mothers. Locals say a monster is lurking here. But what kind of beast could it really be?
He must have been 14, 15 feet long.
There's only one way to find out.
Fish on!
By taking on a river I've never fished before, to hunt down and uncover the Zambezi's invisible executioner.
The Congo and Zambezi rivers both originate from the same country in Africa, Zambia. Now, if the Congo can support possibly the fiercest river monster I've caught...
Ah, those teeth!
I've every reason to suspect the Zambezi could hold a river monster of its own.
This is new territory for me, and gathering intelligence from this sparsely populated region isn't easy. The Zambezi claims countless victims on its 1,600-mile journey to the Indian Ocean. Most of the fatalities are blamed on crocodiles and hippos, or accidental drownings in waterfalls and rapids.
But along one stretch of the river, where it forms the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe, there have been deaths that can't be explained away. One recent story concerns an experienced fisherman who disappeared in this gorge.
Some say he was swept away by the current, others that he was pulled in by a giant fish.
From experience, I have no doubt that this river could harbour such a fish, but proving it will be another matter.
travelling down the Zambezi is going to be dangerous. In places, towering gorges squeeze the river into mile after mile of boat-crushing rapids. I'm not taking them on lightly, but this is the only way to find out what's in the water.
Somewhere down there is something that has pulled fishermen under the water to their deaths. And now that I'm seeing this river myself for the first time, I'm starting to have very, very mixed feelings about going to have a closer look.
The thundering rapids of the Batoka Gorge have claimed many lives. Yet grinding poverty means many fishermen have no choice but to try their luck here. 2 years ago, 2 Zimbabwean brothers were fishing in the gorge when one unexpectedly disappeared. Was it an accident, or was something more sinister at work? Before I can even start my investigation, I first have to contend with the rapids. The rapids aren't the only dangers fishermen face in the gorge. Spray makes the banks treacherous, and rocks can hurtle down the cliffs without warning. But the only way to find out what creatures call this place home is to literally test the water.
This is horrendously deep. It's only just touched the bottom. The line was just sinking for, I don't know, it felt like about half a minute. It's very, very deep here.
So deep, a monster fish could easily hide out without being detected.
This has to be some of the most dramatic scenery I've ever fished in. And as an angler, of course, what you're always aware of is the fact that that continues under the surface. But the thing really here is that this is completely unfamiliar to me, and the only way I'm going to learn about this river is by just getting a bait in a variety of different places and just gradually building up a picture of what the geography is like under the water, and also what the fish life is like under the water.
If you believe the deeper the water, the bigger the fish, then I'm in line for something pretty huge.
Well, so much for the idea that in the deep water, the very deep water, you're always going to find very big fish. This has come out of maybe 70, 80, 90 feet of water.
Perhaps this is the exception that proves the rule. Brown squeaker. It's a small catfish that makes sounds by moving its spiny fins. It can give you a nasty stab, but it's no manhunter. If a fish is responsible for unexplained drownings here, then it would have to be both strong enough to survive the rapids and big enough to pull in a man. Yet somehow it has remained hidden from sight. To this day, a fisherman called Jaconia is still unsure how his brother disappeared. 2 years ago, they set out in opposite directions to fish the gorge, planning to meet up later at their camp. Only Jaconia returned.
When you came back to the camp, your brother didn't come.
I wanted to look for him. So I found the shoes and his trousers.
So shoes and trousers, and that was all.
Found the line.
Oh, you found the line.
Inside the hole.
And the line was okay.
So I take mine and throw it to that line.
Right.
To take it out. So that is the thing they showed me. This guy they caught with water.
Did you get the hook back?
And I take the line out. No hook.
The absence of a hook makes me suspicious. Hooks don't just fall off. Perhaps something ripped it off the line. Further downstream, a croc would be the prime candidate, but they avoid rapids. So I asked Jaconia if there are any big fish in the river.
How big do they grow?
And he says there are.
So this...
Some of it is like me.
Same size as you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big like this.
That's the body?
Yeah.
Okay. And how long to get a big one? How long to bring?
To bring it is almost 1 hour, 30 minutes.
1 hour, 30 minutes?
Yeah.
Human beings are out of their element in water. From my own experiments, I've shown that even a fish a third of my weight could drag me under. The beast Jaconia is describing easily outstrips that. Many languages are spoken in these former British territories, but Jaconia can't give me the fish's English name.
Yeah. So this big fish, what does it look like?
It looks like a snake.
My first real clue, a snake-like fish that grows to the size of a man. But where is it hiding? I've tried a deep pool, but Jaconia thinks the turbulent margins on the edge of the white water hold bigger predators. This is where anything overpowered by the rapids is thrown out, dazed and confused, delivered right to the jaws of any waiting predator. There are no second chances for me with these waters either. I need to get my strategy right first time.
If I fall in the river, which I don't want to do, but it is a possibility, at least we got an eddy here, we got a slack. I can come into slack water and there's a beach over there. There's some possible places to land fish here. Might be a bit of a scramble, but it's doable. At least I've thought about it. The last thing you want is to have a fish on, you get it in close, and then what do? How do I land it? And you end up doing something potentially dangerous.
It makes me wonder what kind of fish survives conditions as tough as these. Is this the home of Jaconia's snake-like giant?
Fish on! It's a strong fish, this.
I'm not just fighting the fish, but the power of the rapids too.
Oh, I think it's off. Oh, no.
I've got to get it into calmer water, or I might lose it.
Tiger fish. I mean, toothy, strong fish, powerful predator. Fairly fragile out of the water. Want to get it back soon.
Interlocking dagger-like teeth make short work of prey, and a powerful muscular body propels it like lightning. An even more horrific cousin rules Africa's other monster river, the Congo. The Goliath tigerfish is the big daddy of them all. This creature stands accused of slicing children virtually in half. The Zambezi's tigerfish has the razor-sharp weaponry of a killer. But does it fit Jaconia's description of an invisible executioner capable of killing his brother?
Grows quite big, but not as big as the animal I've been hearing about. And also, it's not really serpentine. But it just goes to show that you do get fish living in some really crazy water. It's a good sign. But I don't think I'm any nearer at the moment the fish that I'm after.
I fish the rapids for another day, but no more bites. I need to rethink my strategy. I need to understand exactly how the victim came face to face with his killer. Jaconia has a nephew who his brother taught to fish. I'm hoping he can shed some more light on the mystery.
My uncles, he went fishing. Put the line to his leg, then he sleep.
So he put the line around his foot so that he could go to sleep or rest, and that would let him know when there was a fish on.
Yeah. Catch the big fish. I think they just pulled it on the water.
Something very big came along and actually pulled him into the water.
Yeah, in the water.
They find the body after 5 days. He find further down.
So he drowned?
Yeah, he drowned.
Melvin is convinced the killer was a fish, for the same reason that roused my suspicions, the missing hook from the hand line. And does anybody have any idea what kind of fish this could have been?
I think maybe Solomon fish, you know the Solomon fish?
The what fish?
Solomon fish. Looks like python snake.
So it looks a bit like a snake?
Yeah, like python snake.
It's not a name I recognise, but it's the second time the potential killer has been described as a snake-like fish. The obvious candidate would be an eel, but I don't know any African eels strong enough to pull in a grown man. This sounds like something else. Then my attention is drawn to the serpentine talisman around Melvin's neck. What is that exactly?
It's Nyami Nyami. This is the Zambezi liver goat.
Right.
Yeah.
The god of the Zambezi. And what exactly is Nyami Nyami? What kind of creature?
It seems like a fish and snake. I believe this when you go on the river.
Mm-hmm.
They just look after me.
And do other fishermen also wear this?
Yeah, some of the fishermen, yeah.
And do you think if I'm going on the river, would it be a good idea if I had one?
Yes.
Wearing the amulet is a symbol of respect, rather than a guarantee of safety. According to legend, the half-snake, half-fish god exacts his vengeance whenever he feels fit, and he's blamed for many drownings. Locals believe the god rules the entire length of the Zambezi, and anyone taken to the river is wise to appease him. But whether this amulet will protect me, I have no way of knowing. So clearly the river is very dangerous, and there are cases of fishermen being pulled under the water by big fish. The name was not something I recognised, but it's described as something that's a bit snake-like, and curiously, this is also the description given to Nyami Nyami. I wonder if this means that there is a link, or is it just a coincidence? Locals believe the river god has his lair 250 miles downriver, in a flooded gorge called Kariba, another place where fishermen have disappeared. It's time to follow the Zambezi's relentless course downstream. This stretch of the Zambezi has undergone a massive transformation. 50 years ago, the river was dammed at Kariba to generate electricity for a booming mining industry. It was an unprecedented feat of engineering on a scale never before seen in this forgotten corner of Africa. But unimaginable freak floods threatened to destroy the dam before it was finished. The locals attributed these catastrophic events to the river god Nyami Nyami, angered by the attempt to tame the Zambezi. Several Italian dam builders drowned in the floods. Despite exhaustive searches, their bodies couldn't be found. With grieving families about to arrive to reclaim them, the engineers finally turned to the river people for help. They said Nyami Nyami needed a sacrifice to appease him. Nyami Nyami needed blood. In accordance with tradition, a black goat was slaughtered and offered to the river god. The next day, the goat was gone, and the river had returned the bodies of the missing men. Now stocked with huge numbers of small commercial fish, perhaps this vast deep lake has provided sanctuary to an ancient snake-like predator. A predator so terrifying it inspired belief in a river monster god. The reason I've come here is because this is where Nyami Nyami is said to live. The only thing is, after the construction of the dam, the monster, or the fish which gave rise to the legend, could be living under 400 feet of water. So
it looks like I might have my work cut out.
Whether or not the dam upset Nyami Nyami, there's no question it upset the natural forces in the region. Erratic winds rise and fall over the lake without warning. I'm within a few miles of my destination, but the weather is getting worse.
The wind's up and there's quite a few waves on the water. The thing is, Lake Kariba's so massive that it's changed the climate locally. You get these storms coming up, we've had lightning flashing, so the wise thing is to head for dry land.
But the headwind is too strong. There's no way I'm going to make it to Kariba town tonight. Now, I just need to find any safe port in a storm.
Right, this isn't exactly what I was wanting to do. The boat is actually rocking from side to side. There's also lots of rocks, and you know, one thing we don't want to be doing is hitting any rocks in this boat.
It's head to the nearest safe shore or sink.
There is a safe landfall here, we hope there is anyway. I have to say it's very much of a relief to be on dry land, although I'm not exactly sure where we are. Somewhere on the shore of Lake Kariba. Luckily, a miraculous little bit of sand as opposed to some of the rocks that were out there, which were worryingly close. At some point, very glad and very lucky to be safely ashore.
The next day, Lake Kariba is dead calm, as if nothing happened. But I now understand a little more about the threats facing local fishermen here.
Well, the lake's showing its normal face once again today, and it makes me appreciate perhaps that if you lived here and you're in the habit of going out on the water, probably in a smaller boat, and you experience something like that, well, the idea of an angry water god doesn't seem totally far-fetched.
But I have to stay focused on facts if I'm to uncover the Zambese's invisible executioner. This lake is too vast and unpredictable for me to fish blind. It's time to gather some local intelligence about attacks. The lake is now home to millions of recently introduced fish, not found elsewhere on the Zambezi, and they're muddying the waters. To find the true identity of the killer, I need to locate the people who lived along the Kariba Gorge before it was flooded. As the lake waters rose in the late 1950s, they were resettled to villages like Lusitu, more than 100 miles inland. Patrick is a medicine man and one of the few elders who remember life on the river before the dam.
They didn't want to come here, they were forced to come here. Some people resisted, and it sounds like people even, died as a result of resistance. Before, living in this sort of dry area, they were living beside the banks of the Zambezi, a place called Matongo. There were lots of different types of fish, so as well as growing food, there was always the river there to provide fish from time to time. Are there any very big fish in the river, any fish that are dangerous to people? There's one fish in particular, Muzunda. Apparently this is a very, very strong fish. If you're in the canoe, you've got to go with it. You don't pull when it is pulling. If you do it right, you eventually tire it out, you get it to the side of the river and you spear it. You get it wrong, and that fish is going to flip your canoe, pull you into the water. Maybe nobody will ever see you again.
But that's not all. Patrick goes on to tell me something even more horrifying. The fish he calls Mazunda has developed a taste for human flesh. Stories tell of women going down to the river to do the wash and sitting their toddlers in the shallows to keep cool. They don't know if it's the noise, the vibrations, or even the scent of the soap in the water. But sometimes it draws a Mazunda in. Big head, big mouth, the back end like a snake. If there's a baby in the water, this fish can just take it in one mouthful, and possibly even a small person. So this is this, by the sounds of it, is the big fish that's in the river here. Patrick insists it's too dangerous to take to the river without protection. A blessing will safeguard me on the water. My visit to the elders has been both unsettling and illuminating.
Well, I'm in no doubt now that there is a large, potentially dangerous fish in this river, and people have been describing it to me, telling me names. Do those names refer to different creatures, different fish, or is everybody talking about the same thing?
I'm hoping the fish market by the lake will be the place to find some answers. Everything here is dried or smoked to avoid rotting in the heat. I don't recognize a thing.
Do you have any fish in the lake that are bigger than this?
In Zambian language, we call it lombo lombo.
Lombo?
Now in English,
Lombo lombo?
Yes.
But it's very big?
It's very big, yes.
So lombo lombo.
Yes. This is one. Like this one.
Okay.
So this one, it can be 7 kgs.
Right.
This one. But when it is full grown, sometimes it becomes 30 kgs, 31 to 2 kgs.
Not nearly as big as the mazunda I've heard about.
Now we don't have here.
You don't have it here? Okay.
Yes. Those fish.
A fish market is normally a shop window on the life of the lake or the river, but I get the feeling that what I've seen here is a bit incomplete. There's certainly nothing on view the size that I'm looking for, and when I started talking about that, asking about that, no information either. And so I'm thinking, well, maybe this big dangerous fish, what are the possibilities? Maybe it doesn't exist, maybe they just don't want to talk about it, or maybe it's so big that the fishermen never get it in. Don't know. What I'm after is actually appearing quite elusive.
But after a little probing, one of the fishermen says he does know of mazunda.
Very, very big.
Yeah.
Some I even knew.
That is actually the thickness of the body.
I don't know. There are big dreams that I got.
He tells me the story of a brutal encounter 20 years ago when a South African tourist made the mistake of taking on a mazunda in waters that were strictly out of bounds at the base of the Kariba Dam. This handliner thought he could outmuscle a mazunda. When the line was pulled from his hands, he made the mistake of securing it around his waist. Man-made dams often stir up stories of super-scaled river monsters. Deep, fish-filled lakes form above the dam wall, delivering a constant stream of food to the water below. What better place for a freak of nature to grow? But without an eyewitness, I'm skeptical. Until I learn of another man who had an encounter with a mazunda at exactly the same place.
Big body underneath, and on top.
Vernon Bailey has lived in Zambia since the 1940s.
And a big.
But when he went into the water to hunt tigerfish, nothing had prepared him for what he would see.
Kariba Dam, snorkeling and spearfishing below the dam wall. And that was in 1969. As I was swimming up, this submarine-looking thing came past, very close. It just gave me a big eyeball, and just kept moving on in dead silence. He must have been 14, 15 feet long, and I reckon between 200 and 250 pounds. That thing could swallow me without a question.
But what exactly was that thing? What is the real identity of the Mazunda?
Vundu, V-U-N-D-U.
Can you describe what it looks like?
It's a species of barbel. It's one of the catfish, but it grows exceptionally big.
Known by a multitude of names, the vundu is the largest freshwater fish in southern Africa. This top predator uses its extra-long barbels to detect chemical traces of its prey in the water. And the broad fins fringing its muscular serpentine body give it supercharged power. If Vernon's estimate is right, his giant was at least twice the size of the accepted maximum for the species. Is this possible? Unlike land animals, fish are largely exempt from the law of gravity. With bodies supported by water and plentiful food, below dams for example, a phenomenon called indeterminate growth can supersize some fish into giants. But supposing Vernon's giant was a one-off, would a normal-sized vundu have the strength to pull in a man?
Big vundu is more than capable of doing that.
Strength coupled with a mouth big enough to swallow a baby whole.
It can only be the vundu.
Every year, Vernon revisits the dam and claims he can still see the shapes of vundu in the water below. There's now only one place for me to go.
This road that I'm on is the border between Zambia and Zimbabwe, but it sits on top of this structure that causes the Zambezi to back up for almost 200 miles. And the difference in height between the surface here and the river surface there is about 300 feet.
But access down there is forbidden. However, the authorities have agreed to forward my request to the head office in the capital, Lusaka.
So frustrating to hear that there are potentially giant fish there, but I can't get down to the water. I can see the water, but I can't get there. Well, not for now anyway.
It'll take days, maybe weeks, for a decision on whether I can fish here. Time I just don't have. But there is one other option. There's a part of the Zambezi that remains virtually untouched. The lower Zambezi, on the border with Mozambique, where temperatures top 120 degrees. Perhaps I can find my river monster there. The remote town of Luangwa was built on the back of the barbaric slave trade. Portuguese boats would load their human cargo from subterranean holding pits and then head down the Zambezi to the Indian Ocean. The slave trade has now gone, but life is far from easy. The locals share these waters with two of the biggest people killers in Africa, hippos and crocs. The river is not safe to swim in, so most people never learn. If they're knocked out of their boats, it's over. And for that reason, I need to find someone who knows this river like the back of his hand, to be my guide.
Good morning. This river here?
Yes.
Yeah?
A boatman called Tafilia agrees. But as we draw near to a prime fishing spot, he's reluctant to get too close. Crocodiles have slaughtered 13 people in this village in the last year alone, including a chief and his wife.
This village now is finished. In the previous years, there were almost 50 households. But if we go there, you are going to find maybe there are 6 households. many people they have been killed by the crocodiles.
So what do people say? Why do they think this place has such dangerous crocodiles?
There is someone has got a magic, within this village. So he's the one who make those magic. If he dislike you, then he's going to kill you with his magic through the crocodiles.
Black magic really is a matter of life and death here. Tophelia tells me his own grandfather was executed for witchcraft.
My grandfather was a very bad man. He was also using to kill many people with crocodiles there at our homeland. But people kill him with stone, fire. So after he died, all those things finish.
Almost all the villagers here have now fled in fear of the possessed crocodiles. What's worse, Tophelia tells me Vundu have pulled fishermen into the croc-infested waters. If you're in a canoe, does it pull the canoe?
Most of the Vundu, when you hook him, always pulling down. So sometimes you find maybe if your canoe has got no balance, sometimes it can go down. So what we do, when we see those dangers, we cut the line. The biggest Vundu which I've seen. The same like that.
Right.
Yes.
Tophelia used the same words as Jaconia to describe the big fish he saw.
So some of it is like me.
Same size as you?
Yeah.
According to Tophelia, there are still giants left in this remote corner of Africa. But size is no guarantee of safety. Even the largest creatures here can fall victim to diseases lurking in the banks of the Zambezi. With no obviously fatal wounds, this hippo looks like a prime candidate for a lethal infection. There's a lot of anthrax further up the river, so this could be a hippo that has died from anthrax. Not a very pleasant thought. Anthrax spores can survive for up to a century in the soil, ready to infect passing animals. The bacteria release toxins that are powerful enough to take out elephant, hippo, or human. I'm beginning to wonder if the odds are completely stacked against me, but I can't let myself become distracted. I need to get some bait in if I want to get a Vundu out. Once again, I'm operating in unfamiliar territory. And I'm not alone. I'm in a nice fishing spot here. The only problem is this hippo, most of them, they disappear when the boat's around. This one seems to be quite curious. I've also heard a couple of elephants bellowing close by, so it's quite disconcerting to think that there are other things a lot bigger than me with prior claim to this place. Yeah. That is a fish on. Is this at last the Vundu? Might just look at how the teeth are, how the hook is. Oh, good net, good, excellent. Fantastic. Oh. It seems a fearsome lineup of predators stalks this part of the river too. Tigerfish as well as Vundu. Ooh, these things. One minute the lion is just hanging limp and the next minute it's screaming out. Lovely fish. It's not the one I'm... it's not the fish I'm after though. What I want to do is hold it in the water and let it recover. But I've got to remember there's crocs in here. Got to think of my own safety as well. But I think it's about ready to go. I was thinking then, somewhat selfishly, that if a croc comes along, it's more likely to go for the fish than my arm, hopefully. But anyway, it's gone. I'm not sitting here for 5 or 10 minutes waiting for that fish to recover. It's a fish, it's good to see a fish, but
The one I'm after is just more elusive even than that. Typically at this point, I would try to fish for my target at night. But here the crocs are man-eaters. Fishing in the dark would be suicide. We should head back to camp. But then I spot a gruesome opportunity, seemingly too good to miss. A dead hippo. Gosh, this is a really gory sight. Decapitated hippo here. This is the one I think that we saw earlier on today. And it's been pulled to the shore by some of the people here, and they've cut it up basically and taken the meat away. It speaks to me of some sort of desperation for food. If this animal died from anthrax, the people who handled it were risking their lives. And I might also be at risk if I'm not extremely careful around such a strong scent trail. My angler's instincts, looking at this, is saying this would be some great chum. Get all this in the water and get a real scent trail going. But that idea is flawed. For a start, although people have taken the flesh of this, there is anthrax further upstream, and if there's any risk of this animal having died of that, I really don't want to go anywhere near it. Also, just the act of dragging these bits a few yards into the water, that could turn me into bait, because it's not just possibly Vundu that will smell the scent, but the crocodiles as well. So I think the best thing to do is leave this well alone. But this carcass will be a magnet for scavengers after dark, and I still have one trick up my sleeve. I bait a hand line with oxheart, cast it into the scent stream, and leave it for the night, in the hope of hooking a Vundu. Tophelia thinks it's worth setting a line at our camp too. He introduces me to Philip, who uses a traditional bait to tempt Vundu, a decapitated chicken. So why do you burn it? Why don't you just pull the feathers off?
Yeah, it creates more flavor in the water that can attract the Vundu.
Just follow this down. Good. With 2 lines out, I'm hoping I'll finally get to see a Vundu in the morning. So this has been out overnight, 12 hours or so. Ah, well, it has been eaten, but it's not been swallowed by one creature, which is what we're after. The thing with fishing, you try something, even if you don't get anything, that negative result still tells you something. I have a feeling that if I was to do this enough, night after night, something might come along. The thing is, I don't have time to do that. I've got to come up with another way. But I do have one more chance with the hand line by the hippo carcass. As we draw near, it's clear the nocturnal scavengers have been out in force. Everything's gone. The pelvic girdle that was up the bank, the head's just disappeared. Something's dragged it into the water. The hyena and crocodile tracks show why it would be suicide to fish these banks after dark. So the hyena's got this bit. This is part of the spine here. But the head, no sign of the head. The head was about that size. The head's been dragged into the water by a crocodile. But has anything cleaned up the bait on the hand line? Feels stuck on something. Yeah, other places, if the line's snagged fairly close to the side, I might jump in and free it. But here, it would not be a good idea at all, even standing actually this close to the bank. is somewhat risky.
But something has managed to dodge the crocs. A sharp-toothed catfish. It's a smaller cousin of the vundu that shares a similar body shape. And it gives me my best idea to date of exactly what I'm up against.
The whole body is muscle. It's quite serpentine. There's a lot of surface area to act against the water.
Catfish use their sensitive barbels to sniff out prey in murky water, and it's surprising what can attract them. In the Congo, I used the locals' favourite bait, cubes of soap. Could this explain the stories of attacks on babies? Whatever the motivation, there's no doubt that fish built like this are built for power.
So this fish that I'm after, it's definitely a serious fish. I think it's going to take a little bit of getting out.
But as I continue my hunt for the vundu, I get surprising news from the Zambian authorities. I've been granted permission to fish below the dam. This is the first time ever it's been officially allowed. But I have only one shot, one day. I have to get back, now. Finally, it's my turn to confront whatever lurks in the churning depths below the Kariba Dam. The clock is ticking and there's no access to boats. I'm casting into a pool 500 feet wide and said to be 300 feet deep.
That's the fish on. I just wanted another line. I'm just going to wait till it comes this way.
Its instinct is to pull down towards the bottom of this 300-foot pool.
I want to get the other line. I'm going to run along the bank there. That's a vundu. What a fish and what a place to catch it in. Could be crocs here. So what I'm going to do, I think I'm just going to pull it. Just looking for a good place to land, maybe up here. A big one of these would be capable of taking a baby.
And with a mouth this wide, it could suck in almost anything that passes.
It would be capable of pulling an unwary fisherman if that fisherman had the line wrapped around his toe or ankle.
Now that I've felt its power on the line, I have no doubt the vundu could have pulled Jaconia's brother into the river and drowned him. But could the river monster also be a river god?
That is the representation of Nyami Nyami. Now, I wonder if this is the creature that the water god, the water spirit, is based on.
Both possess powerful serpentine bodies. And perhaps the fangs on the traditional carvings are inspired by the extraordinary barbels that vundu use to hunt down prey. My journey along the relentless Zambezi has made me realize that any creature that can survive this unforgiving river for millennia has to be a force to be reckoned with.
Whether or not this is the beast behind Nyami Nyami, I mean, it certainly embodies the power of this river. Yeah, that's a fish, that's a fish. That's good size as well.